All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the start of the mid-season face-off. Moving into day one here now. Before I talk about anything, I just want to thank you all for the support I've gotten over the course of the past week, both on the day three highlights video and the emo unboxing video. I've got him in the upper right corner. If you guys want to look at him, if you guys want me to ask him something or talk to him or whatever, you can always let me know in chat, and I'll try and do it. Unless, of course, we're in the middle of a game. Um, and yeah, that's pretty much it. We've got a lot of exciting stuff to talk about today. Also, another disclaimer as well is I'm a little bit sick right now, so I may not be super loud or may not be able to think very clearly, but I'll try my best still because I do want to be here for this. Now, like I said, the first matchup is going to be Disguised versus M80, and I just want to really quickly get into it. I want to talk a little bit about the TSM and Moguls, but uh, I'll move through both of these really quick, and then we'll circle back to the M80 versus Disguised. Give you guys my quick predictions. Obviously, it's a 2-0 from M80 against Disguised, almost certainly, and this matchup's going to be interesting, TSM versus Moist Moguls, but I do think it's going to go to TSM. There's a chance Moist Moguls gets a map up. And of course, there is a chance they win, but I mean, as much as I do want them to do well, I don't think they will. Against a team like TSM, it's just not looking great for them. If we just want to look at split one, or we want to look at the placements overall, how everybody did. I mean, Moist Moguls is fifth, TSM is fourth, so they're like right next to each other, but TSM is still on top of them. And TSM was top three in Group B, which again was a very powerful group. They took out the guard, so it was a little bit of an interesting matchup there, and I just don't know if the team to take down TSM is going to be if that's going to be Moist Moguls. Now, we'll circle back to the M80 and Disguise game. Do I think there's a chance Disguise could win? Maybe. I mean, there is definitely a possibility. And there's a world in which they took such a hard loss in week 4 and were able to learn and grow themselves off of that loss. There's a world in which that is what happens. Do I think that's what's going to happen? No. I mean, they definitely had a lot to improve on after their loss in week 4. But I don't think I don't think, like, obviously they'll have learned from them, and I think they'll do a little bit better as far as knowing exactly how they want to play around a team like M80. But realistically, I still don't think this guy's a chance of even getting a map up on M80. And if they do, I think that's enough for them to say, all right, that was good. We can go ahead and take a look at the map picks here. Haven picked by M80. They almost 13-0 disguised on Haven. Disguise let them pick it though, so that tells you they're a little bit confident on it. And then Disguise picks Ascent, a map Disguise did very well on, or usually does pretty well on. And then the decider's going to be Pearl, another map, which Disguised and M80 both do decently well on. So I do think if there's a chance that Disguise wins a map, it's probably Ascent. If there's a chance that M80 wins, or well, no, M80 will almost certainly win Haven as well. But maybe Disguise will have figured out what they need to do to improve themselves from that point. We really don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Um, so if you're rooting for Disguised, I always kind of am. Um, I think there's maybe hope, but the best you could possibly hope for is them getting at least one map up, and I think that's best case scenario. Quite frankly, I don't think Disguised has a hope of winning in any capacity. Like maybe they can get that map up, and again, that's best case scenario. And if there's a map they're gonna win, it's probably Ascent. So maybe they will have figured out how to outplay M80 just enough to take over Ascent. But of course, I don't think that's going to happen. Again, if you're a fan of Disguise, there's some hope there, but that's really the only hope that they have going for them right now. So another thing we can talk about is over the course of the past, or over the weekend, I guess, essentially, I made my pick'ems to basically just say, all right, who do I think is going to win? And obviously, I picked M80 here. I picked TSM here. This one could sort of go either way, but I do still expect TSM to win, as I already said. And then down here, we can talk about tomorrow. I expect the guard to beat FaZe and G2 to beat Oxygen. Because that's just, well, first of all, the guard beat FaZe here because it's the guard against FaZe. And then this matchup, G2 already won against Oxygen, so I'd expect them to win there as well. And then in the upper final, I would expect, I did pick the guard, and I do still think it'll go that way. And then we can come down to the sort of like losers bracket, but it's called the lower bracket. Disguised versus Moist Moguls. I think Disguised wins that just barely. I think it'll be close, but I do think Disguised will win that. That'll be an interesting show match, which I do expect to happen. And then, of course, because G2 loses against the guard, Disguised would be against G2. I think G2 wins that. G2 is not the best team. I think there's a possibility Disguised could take them out, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. Down here, I think FaZe versus Oxygen. Oxygen would win because, again, they already played each other, and Oxygen won that. Oxygen against TSM, I think TSM wins. And then I picked TSM against G2, and I still believe that. I think it's going to be a close match if it does come to this. Of course, this is my pick, so this is what I think is going to happen. So if it does come to this, I do expect TSM to win, go up against M80, who loses here. And then for this, I sort of just gave it a toss-up. I do expect M80 to lose here, but I also think if they do lose in the upper final, there's a good chance they can come back in the grand final as well. I mean, it's sort of whatever. And yeah, that's pretty much it. In case you're wondering, I believe the only teams that will not gain points, like any points at all, is, and I could be wrong about this. I believe it's if you don't win a single one of your matchups. Is the only way you don't win points here. Um, I believe. I could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure how the point system works, but yeah. So that's what I expect to happen. We can go ahead and take a listen in here as we're nearing the start of this match.
That's what they do. Whereas the guards seemed like they were prepared to do the one thing that every team during this should be trying to do, which is contain Koala. And if you actually look at that series from the guard, that's what DSG should be trying to do coming into this series. They should be
Yep.
trying to emulate, at least to a certain degree, what the guard was able to do, because they kept Koala's numbers way down. If you actually
Yeah.
look
Well,
coming into
okay.
the final,
That is definitely
Koala was
something
the
to
number one
talk
stat
about.
leader in almost every category
When
by a
Disguise is
landslide.
facing up
Come
against
into the final
M80,
week,
you need to
he
look at
actually
the
dropped
only
some really
loss they
cannon-heavy
have so
interview
far
categories, so some late season additions
in the
to
group
TSM
stage,
who
and
also
it
proved
is
to be
against
very
the
good
guard. So they
overall.
need to see, all right, how
You can
can we
see just how
best
much of this
play
final game
like
hurt. It
the
was
guard?
because of
How can
how
we
well the
mimic
guard
how the guard
held
played
back
against M80,
the
but
man who
also
was
in such a
called
way that we
a
can
player who
adapt
has
in
been
case
used a
M80
lot throughout the
realizes,
stages.
all right, we messed up
It's
against the
certainly
guard.
the
Here's how
model
we're
that has
not
been
gonna play
set.
like
They
that.
just need to
So
try to follow it.
it's sort of like, again,
Yeah,
I think there's a
I
chance this
completely
guys could take a
attest
map.
that
I
the
don't think it's
idea
going to
to
happen.
the
It
mindset
would require a lot
going
of
into the
studying
match
from
versus M80.
from Disguise, and it would
I
require
I
M80
think
to
with
sort of
Solo, and if you're a player who
not be
does
able to, even if
energy
Disguise
and
can
vibes
start to shut them
super
down a little
hard
bit,
going
it would
into a
require
match
M80 not to
and
be able to
have a
then
slow
figure out
start,
how they're
then
going to
it's
start
really
playing
hard
better
for us to
again. If that
get
makes sense.
back
So,
and
like,
get into
even
it.
if
So
Disguise can start beating
I think
M80 a
it's
little
gonna
bit,
it happens then
M80
because
is
right
such
now
a
it's at
powerful team.
home
I
and then
think
in
they
the
could just figure
bracket,
it out.
and that
How do
really
they want to
matters.
replay and
Like
restructure
I
to
said,
just
if they have the
switch it
opportunity
up
to close
and
up and just go
catch
even
Disguise off guard?
confidants,
Because obviously, when
let's say,
Disguise was playing against M80,
before a
M80
match,
really didn't have
and
to do anything different. They
yeah, I
just
think
played
if
very
it still
aggressively.
has the most
Koala was
experience
able to
on the
just do
team,
whatever he
obviously,
wants
and
and
I think it will be
ran
very
through
important for him to make sure
Disguise.
that his team is ready
M80
for
wasn't
going
able to
into
do
this
that
match,
against the
just
guard.
forgetting about that quick 2-0 trap
But
every time.
M80, because of
Yeah,
their
and
matchup
circling
against
back to
Disguise,
your
where they could
previous
sort of
talking
just
point,
do
Mark, you were talking
whatever,
about
it
the
meant that
inconsistency
Disguise
in how
didn't
guards
really
shut down
see
Koala.
any other sides of
Again, the
M80
Quixotism
because they
there,
weren't able to
opportunities
shut down
for
that initial strategy of just
avoiding
let's
against
play aggressive,
DSG. Keep in mind that this
simply
was a
because like Disguise didn't know how to
27
shut him down, and so M80 was
series,
just
right?
able
Like
to
with two
keep
maps, it
doing
was
that time
27
and time
rounds.
again
Koala had
throughout both
13
maps,
openings.
and
That's 50% of the rounds in those were due to
how it
Koala
went,
opening up
which
the
means
rounds with
Disguise
success.
doesn't really
That
know
is
how to
an
play
incredible statistic.
against
And I think that is
M80
sort of
when
the
they're
biggest
not
talking
playing
point that
like
we're going to
that.
see.
Which
And I
means
think
if
if
M80
we're kind of if
starts
we're
to
looking
switch it up
at
just a
M80 as
little
well,
bit,
if
if
we're taking a
Disguise
look
can
at
start to
all of Gangsta,
gain
right?
some footing,
One of the DSG players,
M80 just
he
may be
he's
able to
kind of
shut
the
down any hope
initiator player
of a
for the
win for
DSG
Disguise.
side. He's also
I think,
incredibly
like
talented
I
player,
said,
but he's a little bit
if there's
slept
a
on,
chance
and
for
he had a bit of a
Disguise,
rough
they
series last
may
game as
get
well,
one
getting
map on
absolutely
Ascent,
cooked by EU. And I'm
and
curious to
that's
know if
it.
there's a
I
bit of a
don't
narrative
expect
there as well, because
anything else
I
from
mean, if you're
them.
Gangster, you want to prove
Realistically,
yourself
I
against
don't think
EU,
any
because
other
they're top
maps.
contenders for your
I'm
role
sorry,
in
I
the
don't think that decider's
Yeah,
coming.
Gangsta was at one
But
point in
if
time
it
my
does,
pick for
like
the
the
best Sovos
best
in
case
North America.
scenario
And
is
then
this
once he
guy's
felt
getting
the
a map
injury
up,
bug
and
and continued to
that is their
build,
best case. I don't expect
again, I feel
any
like that's
better
important to note.
play
There's like multiple
from
other teams in
Disguised. I
Moguls.
think
You've got
that's the
initiators
best
who
that
are
they
really
can
there to
do,
flush, and then you've
and I
got
don't even
intel
think we'll see
initiators.
that.
I
So
wonder if that'll ever change terminology wise. So Gangsta plays more of that intel initiator, looking specifically at like a Fade or a Sova. He plays a lot of those two.
hmm
He was really good as the Sova. When Fade was introduced, he was one of the players who didn't really seem to adapt to the Fade as well, whereas EU was like, I love Fade, and EU was one of the best Fade players coming into the
yeah,
tail end of VCT last year in North America, and it's no surprise to see EU finding continued success here in Challengers. I think Gangsta is still a really strong intel initiator. I do think it'll be interesting to see how he can try to adapt his gameplay to at least match the output that we've seen from EU, but I think it would be hard for anyone to match the output from EU. He's proven to be one of the number one
yeah.
players, or top
Yeah.
five players, I should say, as he's actually competing against his own team for those positions, as pretty much everyone on M80 is in a top 10 position, statistically speaking, for the role that they play, if not even better. So it will be interesting to see what Gangsta can try to do, because I do feel like he's still got it in him to return to that position of former glory as one of the top initiators in the region. But we're going to go ahead and throw things to a break. We've got some technical delays, unfortunately, before we jump into our first match. When we come back, we'll be jumping into map one. We'll see if DSG can put up a little bit more force against M80.
All
Stay
right.
tuned, and
I
we'll be
guess I
back
can
in a
sort
bit.
of talk more about the match. I mean, there's not a whole lot else to talk about. But I guess we could also start to look into the TSM versus Moist Moguls match, because I think that match will be a lot closer and a lot more interesting, if I'm honest. Let me really quickly actually pull up Disguised Toast PV. I'm not gonna look at it right now, but when the once the games are over and stuff, I can sort of see what he's or how he feels, whatever. But anyways, TSM versus Moist Moguls. This is a matchup. I think it'll go to TSM, but I also think it's gonna be really, really close. I, I, I mean, will it be really close? I think Moist Moguls is a really, really powerful team. We can just take a look at the overall performance after Split 1 here. And you'll see Moist Moguls is almost on par with TSM, but that is considering that they're not in the same group. TSM was playing pretty well in Group B against all of these teams. Most specifically the Guard and M80. They did lose to the M80, but they beat out the Guard. So TSM definitely sort of showed their footing. Their match against Disguise was much, much closer than I sort of thought it would be. But at the same time, like, they did still beat Disguise. And I don't think Moist Moguls is better than Disguise necessarily. So I do think that this round here, or this matchup that we're looking at, would just go to TSM. And honestly, I'm sort of hoping that's what happens, because assuming Disguise loses to M80, which is almost certain what's going to happen, if Moist Moguls does lose to TSM, it'll be a pretty fun, first matchup of the lower round. Just seeing how they're playing, seeing them play each other in this sort of situation where it's two what am I saying? It's two content creator backed teams that are going to be fighting off against each other. It's almost a little bit of a show match. And I remember hearing Moist Moguls and or Ludwig and Disguised Toast talking about possibly putting on a match of their own, but because of the way that these seedings have paired off or ended up, it means that there's a very good chance we see Disguised playing Moist Moguls, which will be a very, very interesting and honestly quite fun game to watch. And I'm mostly excited because what I do after, like, Disguise plays against M80, but I'm streaming it here, obviously. What I do after the stream ends is I'll, like, look up their POVs so that I can see how they were reacting to it. So that'll be a fun game to just watch them play. And honestly, I'd recommend you watch their POVs and not mine, because I don't have a whole lot to add if Moist Moguls does play Disguise, which, again, I do think is what's going to happen. If you look at my pick-ons, I do think that's what happens here. But yeah, it's not a... I'm kind of mad that the game isn't starting yet, because I'm gonna run out of stuff to talk about. I don't want to expend the stuff I have to talk about for the mid games and stuff. I guess we can talk about one pretty obvious thing.
Everyone knows.
Oops.
Everyone knows.
Do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to click on that. But this sort of broke this morning, is Counter-Strike 2 was announced. Now, obviously, they'd been teasing it for a while. A lot of streamers had been teasing it for a while. And a lot of people, I think, are looking at it as this sort of like, ooh, is this going to be the killer of Valorant? And quite frankly, I don't think it will be. From what we've seen of Counter-Strike 2, the coolest thing we've seen is this the way that the smoke reacts to your bullets, to the world around it. I think that's really, really, really cool. And it reminds me a little bit of the Viper's Pit, just with a little bit more physics involved. I think that's probably the coolest feature that Counter-Strike 2 has. But at the end of the day, like, they are two very different games, Counter-Strike and Valorant. I mean, they obviously are in the same genre, and they're both, counter-terrorist versus terrorist, putting bombs down, 5v5s. But it is still definitely a different game, and there's a different audience for both. I think Counter-Strike is mostly based off of your aim, and not so much on your, like, strategical ability. Not that there isn't that in Counter-Strike, there definitely is, but I'd say there's more of that sort of, like, involving your strategies and figuring out how to use your util and stuff like that. There's a lot more of that in Valorant, especially because of the abilities that allow each player to play very diversely. Versus, I feel like in Counter Strike, sorry, a little bit of disconnection there. But yeah, it's just not really an issue with Sorry, it's just not really an issue. I don't think there'll be like this like, ooh, is Counter Strike 2 gonna be the new Valorant? Because at the end of the day, like, both games had their audience before Counter Strike 2 comes out. And do I think some of Valorant's players that didn't play Counter Strike before are gonna now be like, ooh, Counter Strike 2 and start playing that maybe instead of Valorant or in addition to? Yeah, I do expect to see a new player base for Counter Strike. But are they going to be there to sort of change it up and beat out Valorant? No, they're still two very, very different games. It'll definitely be interesting to see, and I do think it's a cool cool. I think it's cool. I do like to see this sort of like, ooh, new revamped pushing what it means to have this sort of 5v5 competitive shooter. But at the end of the day, like, Valorant's Valorant, Counter-Strike's Counter-Strike, and whatever Counter-Strike does add, it's not going to be enough to just make everyone sort of move away from Valorant. I think there's still just going to be a lot of players for both, and I don't think that's going to change. I think esports will be the same as it currently is, where there's esports teams for both. Sure, maybe there will be a new, bigger audience for Counter-Strike, but will that take away from Valorant? Maybe a little, but at the end of the day, I think it's only going to prove to grow both player bases as people get more rehyped for first-person shooters again. At a time when, the viewing or like the player base for Valorant and CSGO has started to decline, this sort of hype for a game like Counter-Strike 2 is going to sort of revamp the people who are interested in first-person shooters. I am running out of stuff to talk about, and I do not want to start talking about any more of the stuff I have for the in-between games, so I'll go ahead and take a listen to what Disguised Toast is talking about just before I move into this, I suppose.
I know.
Let me just kick the guard here.
Ricketts.
I'm gonna flip a coin. Why are you with G2 for me?
I might be with G.
Really? Okay.
I might be with G2 on. But if listen, if the majority is going with the guard, I believe in democracy.
Sure.
I mean, the guard look very good. They beat M80. Obviously, M80 didn't have incentive to play. They actually looked pretty good in that game.
Why is that
Guards
even a
looked pretty good
conversation?
throughout
Why
this whole
would
season. They had
G2
one,
beat
like,
out the guard
full
in
game.
any...
They lost early
They
on, but
lost to
besides that-
Turtle Troop.
They
I mean,
improved immediately after the troll
they
game, too.
immediately fixed it and looked fantastic throughout the whole season. I think that, well, G2 has looked solid. I think the level of competition that Guard has been playing throughout this split gives me more
Yeah.
confidence in Guard going.
I believe in the guard.
All right, we can roll the guard. That is fine with me. All right, lower bracket. Lower bracket, lower bracket, lower bracket. We have Disguised versus the Moist Moguls.
alright.
This
is
lower
the
bracket
real-
is where the fun stuff actually
Yeah, I
happens.
mean that game. Fuck knows. I mean, I have no. I don't really have a strong feeling in either
Which
direction on this
streamers
one.
do you like better?
Yeah.
We should decide it based off which
Whoa.
streamers we enjoy more. This guy's Toast or...
No, Moist Moguls is running.
Wait, Ludwig
Yeah.
has given
I love
three of us
Ludwig.
money. We should go with
I
Moist
mean,
Moguls.
yeah, Ludwig did pay all of you guys. So if are you gonna shill a bunch of shills on this show?
No.
No, but pick Moist, but no.
All right, picking Moist Moguls because capitalism. FaZe Clan versus Oxygen.
OXG.
I
Yeah,
think
I'm
I'm
going-
going that one.
I'm going
Bonker.
Oxygen.
See if you know
Bonker.
what the issues are.
Yeah, true. They do have Bonkar. Going Oxygen. All
can
right,
they
still in the
lose
lower
on that
bracket.
Bonkar?
I
G2
forgot
versus
Bongar
Moist
is
Moguls.
the coach of that team?
Yeah.
Wait, I forgot about that.
2-1
That's crazy.
Disguise. That's
That
a
is
little ball. Okay.
crazy. I forgot.
Welcome
about
Right.
that.
everybody. We are
Also
about ready to get into Agent Select for our first match.
All right.
Face off. Ooh, it's going to get real spicy, really interesting. The group stage, again, I think a lot of people were kind of curious to see what our overall standings were going to reflect. Disguised getting better, but M80 has been one of our strongest teams overall. So as we approach in towards Haven, we heard plenty of breakdown from the Desk Dust, but just want to get your quick thoughts here as we head on into Agent Select.
Well, obviously history doesn't bode well, right? If we just get into that, I mean, obviously 5 total rounds from Disguise against M80 last time they
Yeah.
met, so they can really only go up from there, you would think. And I do think Disguise is a better team than what we saw that initial matchup. Like truly, just from the eye test, I think that obviously they were dealing with roster, swapping and role changing because of that roster swap, and that's a lot to deal with in a short amount of time when these weeks are so tightly packed together to try to make that adjustment, especially the initiator role. As Roy was kind of mentioning, it's the glue of the team. I mean, there's so much play facilitating and communication to create plays going on through that role that it can really kind of scramble things, especially when you're playing against an M80 team who has a guy like Koala Noob who's fearless in your face, and you're dealing with that as well as trying to adjust everything. And here's my other thing I'll say before we get into Agent Select is Haven's a scary map to start off with because this is the map that M80's undefeated on. They had an OT win against TSM, and then they dominated OR Esports and Disguised. Meanwhile, while Disguised did well on this map, during the qualification process, they've lost their last 3 games in a row. Their losses to TSM and OR Esports were closer than them getting when they got blown out by M80, but they still don't have a track record of success that makes you confident.
Yeah, that's a really solid point. I think for me, looking at this Disguise team in what is surely going to be labeled as an underdog story here against an M80 team, is that here are some positives. Typically speaking, there are some eco numbers that do favor them. Like Disguised, when they get into an eco advantage, have been one of the best teams throughout the entirety of NAVCL in groups, which is great news. If they can start off hot, they can definitely put up a fight. And then more importantly so, after the role swap, we have to remember that TSM match was really tight. All 3 maps were tremendously close. And I think both you and I, when we were getting done with that matchup, we were watching it casting over it. We kind of sat there and said, Disguised are so close to being at the same team level that TSM had. Yes, they were surviving through some heroics individually, but...
Alright, it looks like we're going into the Agent Select. Let's get ready for it. I'm very, very excited for this matchup. I know I say this every time, but this one will be very, very interesting, so I'm excited to see how this pans out. Steel going for Astra, Xander going for Omen, Clear going for Jet, EU going for Sova, Riku going for Killjoy, John Cutie going for Killjoy, Ziff going to Breach, Nismo going for Breach, Koala Noob going for Jet, and Gangsta going for Sova. So the only difference between these two teams is an Omen for M80 and an Astra for Disguise. Now, I don't think I think both of those controllers are very, very strong on a lot of maps. Haven especially. Both players have their strengths. Both players have their weakness. Or sorry, both agents have their strengths. Both agents have their weaknesses. And again, we'll see if Clear is going to be the player that is going to be able to challenge Koala Noob's Jet. We'll see if Clear can perform as well as Koala Noobs has. Again, Disguised has the guards game against M80 to now work off of and figure out this is how they need to play this. This is how the guard played it. This is how the guard won it. We'll see if Disguise was able to learn off of that, and we'll see if they're able to get a few good rounds here. Again, I don't expect them to win this map, but this will be a good show of how Disguise has been able to reposition themselves. M80 already looking at a C push. They did push out just for that orb, and they may back up. They do know that that Astra star is there, so they may not want to push it. We will see though. Sorry, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit more. Alright. Now they're committing to this C push, although they do trigger that alarm bot, and it looks like they may want to back out. This guy's playing very, very passively. I say not super passively, but they did read a B push, and that was a bad read. Nobody was pushing B. So there were 3 on B, but of course it's easy to rotate from B to the other side, so it's not the biggest whoop-de-doo. Koala Noob able to take out Steel. Riku's going to be there to trade it off, but John Cutie going to trade that off. Xander going to take it out Gangsta and Ziff, and now it's just down to Clear, who's able to take out Xander in a 1v3 now instead of a 1v4. And John Cutie is just going to be there to finish him off from long. 2 players down for M80, not awful from Disguised, but yeah, that first poster round goes to M80. Now remember, when Disguised last played against M80, or the last map that they played against M80 was Haven, and M80 nearly 13-0'd them. They 12-0'd them in that first half, where M80 was on attacking. Now they're on attacking again. We'll see if they're able to have such a strong attacking. Now again, 3 sites makes it a little bit of an attack-sided map, although Haven is not the most attack-sided map, so it's a little bit more balanced. But again, still a little bit attack-sided, so if there's a side they want to be playing on better, it's attacking. And as I say that, M80 is looking at an A push. They put that smoke down to prevent Disguise pushing up and getting vision, and now they're waiting for it to go down. It's gone down. They're going to push out. Xander able to take out Ziff. Just going to peek out, take out Gangsta. Qualanoop already getting 2 kills, and now it's a 2v5. Steel just waiting behind his smoke. Not going to be able to find one. Xander going to be there to take him out. Riku's coming in for the flank, but John Cutie's ready for it. Just going to outgun him there. Flawless round for M80. Now, they do force that round, so if there's a round to be flawless on, it is that round. And now Disguised, who saved that round, should be able to full buy, I guess, excluding Steel, who does not have enough. But of course, prioritizing util on that controller, so it's understandable. But because of how well M80 has been doing in the 2 rounds that they won, they also can full buy. So the gun advantage is actually in the hands of M80 right now. But we'll see if it matters. See if this guy's going to be able to play this out. Concussion comes out from Ziff, and it's actually well placed, as it's going to prevent an aggressive push out from M80, but M80 does sort of shoot through that smoke, and now Disguised has an idea that some might be coming through. Gangsta going to drone out, try and get some vision, able to find at least one. Not going to see Koala Noob, though. Koala Noob's going to be able to take out Gangsta from that position. Again, they weren't expecting him there because that drone didn't catch him. So now it's a 4v5. Disguised already down a player, and this is their buy round. They need to win this round. M80 does not. Their econ's been very, very solid so far, and it still is. Just off of those first 2 rounds. Ziff and Clear pushing out short, looking for an easy pick. Able to find it. Clear takes out John Cutie, so now it's a 4v4. Clear a little bit low on health, though. We'll see if it matters. And they're going to be aggressively pushing this short, trying to concuss. Steel able to take out Xander before he's started off by Nismo, so it's still a 3v3. This guy's keeping it very even. Now EU coming in through short. Not going to be able to find Ziff. Clear going to take out Koala Noob as well, so now it's a 3v1 for Nismo. And Nismo gonna get timing. He turns away as he's pushed from the back. He's able to take out Clear, but Riku gonna finish him off. Now, Disguise didn't win that round. The round they should have won. So already M80's not doing as well against Disguise as they did in week 4. However, Disguise forced that round and only had 2 of their players remaining alive. That's not great. You want the majority of your players alive when you force. Disguise wasn't able to do that, so their econ's not going to be great. You do see them forcing again here, and we'll see if that if their econ's going to start to be able to stabilize. That concussion comes out once again from short. I believe we've seen that 3 times now, maybe even 4, and it's actually worked out every time. But it's worked out these past 2 rounds. And Gangsta's actually pushed up very aggressively. M80 is just holding this. They're playing very passively. A little bit of default. Hoping that Disguise will push them. And it looks like Disguise may be getting ready for a short push. If they get any vision via sound or util. But M80 is backing up. And it looks like they're going to be going towards C. And none of Disguise are actually holding C. We've got 2 in garage. That turret's gonna just, expose them there. And they're gonna have to back up off of that. Now they know it's probably a C push, as they did see one passing through over to C. So Disguise knows where M80 is. They're ready for it. Still gonna be able to take out Koala Noob. Immediately shut down his entry. Well played there. Riku gonna be able to take out Nismo and Xander. There you go. New player for Disguise. It's 6 man. Going to be able to find it. EU takes out Riku, but Clear going to take out EU for a trade. So now it's a 4v1 for John Cutie. He does have an operator, but he's only got 12 seconds left. And Disguise should play this safe and just try and shut him down with util. But yeah, there he goes. He gets flash. Gangster going to finish him off. An op now in the hands of Disguise. 3 players left alive. That's the majority, and they did force this round, so that's good for them. And I believe all of them should be able to get a good gun this round, unless I'm mistaken on the way that the econ pans out. M80's econ not in the best spot now. They forced these past 2 rounds. I mean, they purchased an operator and weren't able to find that win. So Disguised already doing much better. If you just compare it to their defense in week 4 against M80, they've figured it out. It looks like, at least for a little bit here. And now M80 on a save round, so Disguised should expect a little bit of an aggressive push here from M80. Those knives are on Koala. Ooh, Clear looking for a pick with that operator. Not going to find it. Short, and he's getting blinded. The util's being used, and Koala Noob trying to find a pick with those knives. Using them and not getting those kills, but Ziff going to be very low on health. Koala Noob's already all the way pushed out, looking for a pick. Gangsta going to be there to shut him down, though. Now it's a 5v4. M80 down a player again. It's a save round for them. All they want to do is get kills to get those ult points up, as well as get kills in order to boost their econ a little bit. Steel going to aggressively try and clear A, and it works out. Going to be able to take out EU. Riku going to be left to defend B. Not going to be able to take any of those pushers out. Xander going to finish him off. So now it's a 4v3. The util going to be very useful from Disguise, pushing out M80. But M80 going to return fire with their own util. And as most of them are coming through A-Link, it's actually pretty useful. But just look at M80's health. 11 health for both Nismo and John Cutie. Half health for Xander. Not great right now for them. Ooh, Gangsta going to clear backside. Isn't going to be able to clear it effectively. Now it's a 1v1. Nismo, very low in health. Not going to be able to find that kill. Steel with 3 kills. Going to finish off that round. Now, they did lose quite a few of their players. And their econ isn't the best right now. But it should be okay off of a win, and it's making it hard for them to stabilize it, which means if M80 gets a good round win, they may be able to shut down Disguised econ just a little bit. But at the same time, Disguised not looking like they want M80 to think about having a win. That operator's still on clear, and they're going for a 4-man A hold, it looks like, from Disguised. And it may actually be well placed. It looks like M80 is mostly hovering near A. It doesn't look like they know exactly where they want to put the spike. But yeah, it does look like they're going for that A push. Again, a 4-man A hold coming from Disguised, and that Op is pushing out very aggressively, although that arrow does detect him. Xander able to take out Steel and Gangsta. Koala Noob going to take out Clear and Ziff. Not looking good for Disguise. Riku, the only one holding that CB, and he's all the way on the other side of the map. Able to take out John Cutie. That spike still isn't down, so he has some time. That operator's been picked up by Koala Noob, and it's holding A-Link. Riku's going to have to push it. Going to get taken out. 3 kills for Koala Noob. Good round from both him, and I believe it was Nismo. Both of them, or sorry, it might have been Xander, able to get some really good kills that past round. And again, like I said, all M80 needed to do was get a good win, and it would damage Disguised econ, and that's what they did. They killed every single one of Disguised players on that win, which means Disguised now has to save as their econ wasn't in a great place. So they're going to save this round with pistols. Clear does have those knives. We'll see if those come out, or sorry, those will come out. We'll see how well he's able to utilize them. On a pistol round, you often play much more aggressively, just looking for some picks, not looking for a win necessarily. And it looks like M80 is ready for it, playing very passively in their spawn. Xander going to take out Steel and Riku. Koala Noob going to be there to shut down Clear with the knives. Xander going to take out Ziff, and now it's just down to John Cutie. Sorry, not John Cutie. Now it's just down to Gangsta. He was on B. He was holding A, it looked like, and that's not where M80 was going. Again, M80 seemed to read that it was going to be an aggressive pistol round from Disguise. I will say, like I've said, Disguise already doing much better than they did against M80 on Haven in their previous matchup. Who he's pushing Garage. He does see John Cutie, but not going to be able to take him down. A little bit of damage done, but flawless round from M80. It was a pistol round for Disguised, and last time Disguised had a pistol round, M80 flawless them then, so, you know, it's what you'd expect, and now Disguised is going to be able to buy. We see that operator coming out on Clear. Now, I don't know if that's the best decision, as we've seen Clear not be able to get very many kills with it. I mean, we'll see if if he's able to turn those into some kills now. Now there's 3 ults in the hands of Disguised and 4 in the hands of M80.
I think they were averaging what 3 or 4 rounds defensively throughout the first 5 weeks of challenge.
We'll see how well those ults are utilized this round, or if they are at all. And as I'm speaking, Gangsta is going to use those knives, going to be able to take out Koala Noob, who is holding that operator. A good read on where he is, going to be able to take him out. And now the player advantage is in the hands of Disguise. That ult was utilized well.
But actually it misses. The alarm bot still stands as Riku plays sewers to keep it active.
And M80 is still playing pretty passively. We've seen them do this a few times now. And it looks like that's their way of countering Disguise. Because previously in the Disguised versus M80 matchup in week 4, M80 just played very, very aggressively on attacking and it worked out. And they tried that here initially, but Disguise was able to shut it down pretty quickly. And so in response, M80 has started to play, it looks like more passively, hoping Disguise will push them. But now Disguise is playing a little bit more passively, waiting for M80 to push in. That Breach ultimate comes out. But the Breach util from Disguise is actually going to push M80 off. The flash comes out from Ziv, not going to find any kills. At the same time, John Cutie takes out Gangsta. Nismo going to take out Riku. Now it's a 2v4. Now it's really not looking good for Disguise. They did have that player advantage initially, but they were not able to lock down A, and an aggressive push on from M80 pays off. Steel coming in for the flank. We'll see if M80 is able to ward him off. Steel able to take out Xander, but John Cutie going to be there to trade it off. And Clear is going to go to save this op. Pretty good decision. He did full buy, and he hasn't taken any damage, which means he'll be able to save the operator and his shield. So a good save round from him. Sorry, a good save from him. But again, like, this is not what Disguise wants. Now, again, it's a 3-site map, which means it's a little bit more attack-sided. So, Disguise is okay, or should be okay, with letting M80 have a few rounds here, and just hope that when they go, if they go into the next half with a disadvantage, they'll be able to turn it around. I mean, they may be able to do that. We'll see if that does end up paying off. This guy's now taking a timeout. A good decision. Yeah, a good decision from Disguise. Now that they've lost a bye round, it was even playing field for both teams. Both teams had pretty decent ults, and in that round they were able to use an ult to get that player advantage, and they still weren't able to turn it into a round win. So I don't blame them for choosing that timeout here. We'll see if M80 uses theirs today. I don't think they used theirs in week 4 at all, because they really didn't need to. We'll see if it does end up needing to come out today. Again, this guy's doing much, much better than they did previously against M80. And I mean, again, on defense, they're doing pretty decently. It's an attack-sided map, slightly, so, it's okay to go into the next half with a disadvantage, knowing you are going to be on attacking and have a little bit of an advantage there. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And now this guy's going to be on another save round. That operator's still on clear. But of course, he kept that from the previous round. So a light buy here from Disguise, buying for next. Whereas M80 can just continue to full buy. You see Qualinoob giving up that operator now. That's probably a good choice. He hasn't been able to use it very effectively when he does have an operator. M80 is actually pushing through mid. And Disguised is not really ready for a B push. There's some util there for Killjoy, but it's not active. Now it comes back up. Should detect them there. Disguise knows it's a B push and they're trying to push in. Gangsta gonna take out Xander while John Cutie and Qualinoob each get a kill. That util kill for John Cutie is nice there. Clear gonna be, attacking EU here, coming from the flank, but Not going to be able to find the pick with the operator. Riku going to be able to take out John Cutie, so now it's a 3v3. Still going to take out Nismo. Again, this is an econ round from Disguise. It's a light buy. This is a good round for them to be doing well on. They do know where Clear is. EU is going to be able to take him out. Now it's a 2v2. Kualanu going to take Riku out. Now it's a 1v2. He knows where both players are. There's not really enough time. And Kualanu's just going to finish him off. Regardless of if they won that round or not, it was still a good round from Disguise. That was a light buy from them again. And they got quite a few kills that round. Obviously, M80 has a really solid econ, so they're not looking at doing econ damage, but their ult points are going to get up from that. Plus a little bit of money bonus. And, you know, just doing better on an econ is always nice for them. And it looks like M80 decided not to pick up their operator. That operator, probably a good choice. Now this guy's going to be on a buy round. We'll see if they're able to convert it into a round win. They did take that time out, and it proved decently effective when they were on that light buy. They were able to get quite a few kills. Only one on A, locking it down for Disguised, and it's clear. We'll see if he's able to lock it down. He only has light shield. He's going to peek short. He's going to be peeking quite a few short. He sends that smoke down, and now he's just waiting for his team to help pack him up. And that lockdown comes out. He knows where it is, but he's not going to be able to challenge that, and this guy's going to be forced to back up. EU, who was watching flank, able to catch Steel, who was trying to come in. And now it's a 4v5. This guy's down a player. That Rolling Thunder comes out. It's going to be really, really good at clearing the site. Kualanoob's still going to be able to take out Riku. John Cutie going to take out Clear, and EU with the ultimate going to take out Gangsta. Kualanoob taking out Ziff. They used their ultimates on the buy round from Disguise, and it paid off, able to get that kill there, and it was a flawless round for M80. And now they're down to one ultimate, but Disguise is also down to one ultimate, although I would say an Astral Wall is just a little bit more effective or useful than an Omen ultimate, so we'll see if Disguised is able to use theirs here. Now, there's only 2 rounds left in this half, so Disguise is saving this round so that way they can buy next, so they probably won't use their ult this round. They'll probably wait until next round, but we'll see. You able to take out Steel? And when you're looking at an attack-sided map, what you really want to do is just like try and make it a 4-8 or a 5-7, knowing you probably won't get the advantage going into the next half, and that's what Disguise is trying to do. Get to that 4-8 or even that 5-7. That kill did come off, and it's going to make it a 4v4, and then Kualanoob's takes out Zip, so now it's a 3v4. Not great for Disguise. Gangsta's flash, and Kualanoob's whiffing quite a bit. Gonna get finished off by Riku, but it's a 2v3 for Disguise, and EU's gonna take out Clear, so now it's a 1v3. And they're actually running that spike over to A, because they shorter got that push shut down onto C, and now Riku's heading over to A. And Riku's been playing very well so far this round. Maybe he knows, like, maybe he wants to get signed, he wants to be that official 5th man. Trying to fill the shoes that Exalt left. Although he's not playing the same agent, he definitely wants to prove that he's a pretty effective player. He's been able to. Xander's holding this in a little bit of a weird off angle, and Riku's not expecting it, so Xander's going to be able to get that kill. Now it's 3-8. Again, Disguise is looking to just pick up another round, make it a 4-8. Now, 9-3s aren't impossible to come back from. Obviously, that's why the 9-3 curse is a thing, but it's a little bit more difficult, and of course, again, on an attack-sided, on defense, you just want to get as many rounds as possible, and I'd say 4-8 or 5-7 going into the next half is a very comebackable disadvantage or round differential when you're on attacking. It's definitely a little bit easier. Again, 3-9's not impossible, and they've already managed to get quite a few good rounds, but they're definitely looking for another round. We see that operator come back on Kualanoob's, and at the same time, an operator back on Clear. We'll see if these operators are able to find kills. Both players with the operators have not actually been able to find too many good, effective kills. And we'll see if they're able to here. A 3-man place on A for Disguised, or a 3-man defense on A for Disguised is not going to prove effective, as M80 is pushing into Garage, and looks like they're probably going to go through Garage to C. And there's a 3-man flank maybe coming from Disguise. May back off. Ooh, Riku's going to be able to find that in Koalanu, but he's going to get wall banged, and that's a trade. And now there's no more Killjoy util to ward M80 off of C. Steel being the only one there, and he's going to get flushed out. But the smoke comes out to try and defend himself. He brings it down, and it's actually effective, able to take out Xander, but Nismo going to be there to trade it off. However, it is a 3v3, and all three of Disguise players coming from Garage. Sorry, M80's definitely not expecting it. They're able to get 2 kills, and now she's down to John Cutie from CT. Clear with the operator, going to be able to find that kill on John Cutie, and it did prove effective. That's what I'm talking about. They were just looking for that 4-8. Makes it a little bit easier for them to come back when they have the advantage being on attacking, and we'll see if it's going to be able to pull through. Again, this guy's doing very, very well considering the team that they're up against. M80, number 1 player in North American Challengers right now. Number 1 team. And this guy's doing pretty well. They're definitely cementing themselves. They're saying, yes, we did lose against you pretty badly in week 4, but we've learned from that game, and we've learned how you played. We think we know how you tick. We'll see. Disguise is able to use their knowledge. I mean, they're already doing better than they did on Haven in week 4. We'll see if it's a useful, if it's gonna actually pay off having a little bit of rounds here. EU though gonna shut clear down in a push, so already a good kill for him, but still just gonna be there to trade it off. And now it's a 4v4. Nismo gonna be alone on A to hold it down, and these guys looks like they're gonna maybe back off of A. They're still holding up a little bit. They've got 1 in lobby, well, mostly 3 in lobby, but 2 are looking at short. Maybe hoping to get a pick on M80, maybe pushing up a little too aggressively, but Nismo is pushed all the way back into heaven, and Disguise would actually have a free push onto A, and it looks like M80 is expecting them to rotate off and go B or C, and this alarm bot's going to get triggered B, and that may just alert M80 to where they're going. It may make them think it's a little bit more B or C sided, but Disguise is ready for this A push. They're going to have a free passage onto site. They just need to clear these corners. Nismo holding that A link. Disguise has pretty much just been given a free passage onto A, and they're going to start planting. And now M80 knows. But Nismo alone not going to really be able to do anything, which means Disguise has time to let that bomb tick down. Has time to figure out how they want to hold this. Finally, M80 now getting ready for this retake with 3 coming in heaven. Going to try and clear hell with that breach util. And that blind comes in from Xander, and it's going to be effective hitting Ziff and Steel. Koalanu going to take out Gangsta, but Riku going to trade that off. John Cutie and Xander each going to get a kill, and John Cutie going to jump down and finish off Ziff. 3 players left alive once again, and M80 wins a piston round with 3 players left alive. Well played there from M80. Well played from Disguise too, but they weren't able to defend. In a 4v4, you're just trying to hold the spike. Maybe you'd expect them to have the advantage there, but it did not pay off, and M80 is going to be able to take that round and should be able to get another round off of that. Like I said, it's a little bit of an attack sided map, so these guys should be hoping to get to 12 or 13 rounds here. Now that they're on attacking, but M80 trying to deny that. They had a pretty good lead going into this. 8-4 is not a bad lead. It's a little bit difficult when you're on defense on Haven, and it makes it a little bit easier for Disguise to come back, knowing that they've got 4 rounds up already, but M80 definitely working to deny that, and they've been able to so far. Already able to get that pistol round, which means they can force here and secure a round or 2. Koalanoob's going to get exposed, but going to be able to push back, and meanwhile, John Cutie able to get a defensive kill. Koalanoob also able to take out Riku. Ziff going to take out EU. Gangsta going to take out Xander, but Koalanoob going to take out Gangsta and Ziff, and now she's down to Steel. He's all the way over on A. Nismo's there to watch him, though. Nismo just has a better gun there, going to be able to take Steel out. That round goes to M80, a round they should win. They did, although Disguise was able to do some decent econ damage, able to take out 2 of the players, which means it's not going to be a full buy from M80, and they're going to have to just stick with the guns they had. Whereas that was, it looks like maybe actually did Disguise force that round? It seems like maybe they did. Probably a bad decision from them. I do wonder why they would do that. That was, yeah, it looks like they forced that round. Definitely not well played from them. They were definitely hoping to get some more kills off of that, and they weren't able to. We've seen that time and time again where sometimes teams force on that second round after their opponent wins the pistol round. We've seen it, like, I think this is like the 4th time we've seen it, and it doesn't usually pay off, actually, for those teams that do force on that second round, so... And it once again doesn't pay off here. Nismo going to take out Gangsta again. The gun diff is in the hands of M80. They should win this round. Clear going to take out Kowalanum, though, to trade that kill off. So now it's a 4v4. Nismo's going to get spotted as he's pushing out, and Riku just going to know where he is, take him out. So now it's a 4v3. The player advantage in the hands of Disguise. They do have a little bit of worse guns. That Bulldog was picked up, so now it's unclear, but... Ooh, Xander going to get hit by that Marshall. Now he's very low on health. You down a little bit of health. John Cutie with that full shield and a Sheriff. We'll see if he's able to get some kills with it. Disguise has started leaning over towards A. Unfortunately, M80's ready for that. Unfortunately for Disguise. And John Cutie going to be able to shut down Clear. So now it's a 3v3. They've evened it up. John Cutie also going to take out Riku. It's traded off, though, but EU going to take out Ziff at the same time. So it's a 1v2. Steel all alone. Oh, he saw EU there. He knows where EU is. He just can't seem to connect. He's got 10 seconds left. He's got to do something. Trying to just push through his smoke. He's able to take out EU. He has to plant now. He doesn't have the spike, though. There's no time. And, he's just going to try and get that spike down. He's actually going to get taken out, probably. No, he's not. Xander does not peek that. Xander's very low on health, so it makes sense. But, yeah, the spike goes down. A little bit of money for Disguise, but they didn't get it down in time. Now, that was a save run from Disguised, and they still did very, very well. 4 out of the 5 of M80's players down. But that was a little bit of a save round from M80, so they're going to be able to full buy this round. And so is Disguised, though. And now Disguised taking their second time out. They haven't won a single round yet in this half. On a little bit of an attack-sided map, their in-game leadership in the form of Steel did call for a force on that second round, and it did not pay off. It was a little bit of a bad decision, but they did make that play. They decided to go for it. Didn't pay off, and now they have to deal with that. This timeout's going to hopefully help them figure out how they want to move forward with hopefully getting a few more kills. Still, I don't know if M80 really has much, or sorry, if Disguise really has much of a chance right now. They're in a little bit of a bad spot. And again, they did get quite a few rounds in that first half on defense, and now they're on the attack side of an attack-sided map, so they were hoping to be able to carry that into some more rounds, and that's probably why they went for that force on the second round. Sorry. That's probably why they went for the force on that second round, hoping it would pay off. And then it didn't. And so, I mean, we'll see if now that they have some econ, they'll be able to recoup themselves and get their act back together. Kowalanum, though, with the operator, are going to push out aggressively, and it works. Going to be able to take out Gangsta. But it's okay for Disguise. They weren't pushing A. They were just hoping to get maybe a pick on somebody pushing out aggressively. But there was a 3-man hold from M80, and it was inevitable M80 was going to get a kill there. And you do see Clear still over holding A, but I don't know if he's going to be the one to challenge that operator. John Cutie going to defend Garage well. Going to be able to take out Steel. Xander going to take out Riku and Garage. Ziff going to take out Xander, though. Now it's just down to John Cutie on C, although he's getting backed up now by the rest of his team as they come in. As that spike is planted, it's a 2v4. Clear in Garage. Just going to get shut down by Kowalanum. Ziff looking for a pick. Kowalanum going to take him out with the knives, and that round goes to M80. That's a buy round from Disguise that did not pay off, and now 12 rounds to M80. Disguise has to force every round that is to come. And they've got 8 more rounds ahead of them if they would like to get to that overtime. And it's going to be a rocky start with Mad Econ. There's a chance that they can win here, but I would give them more of a chance if they had good econ going into this, what needs to be a comeback. But they don't have good econ, so you see those buys, but not full shield, so they're gonna have to face off against some, powerful players who are at full buy positions. Noob still has that operator, and so it's gonna be difficult from Disguise. That's all I have to say. Gangsta already taking a significant amount of damage mid. That Astral Wall comes out. I believe that's the first time we've seen it come out. And it's going to give Disguise the clear of B, but that Sova ultimate's going to ward them off. And that was actually a fake, so that way they could push on to C. M80 actually, I don't think they could hear that spike plant, but they do know it's likely a C push. This guy's going to try and aggressively hold this garage, it looks like. John Cutie's going to be able to take out Gangsta. Ziff going to trade that off, but Xander going to take out Ziff for a trade. So now it's a 3v4. Not looking good for Disguise. For this retake. Ooh, the Concuss comes out. It's going to ward M80 off. Riku able to take out Nismo, so now it's a 3v3. They've evened that player count back up. You and Xander each going to get a kill, though, and now it's just down to Clear in a 1v3. Able to take out Xander, but he's down a lot of health in a 1v2 now against Koala Noob and EU, and Koala Noob's going to finish him off, and that first map goes to M80. Does it? No, it doesn't. Just barely gonna win for Disguise. That spike goes off. Okay, I thought that was an easy defuse for them, and I was wrong. So that round goes to Disguise, surprisingly, and they're still in it. But like I said, they went into this what needs to be a comeback of 8 total rounds. They've won 1, so now it's only 7 total rounds. But they went into this with poor econ, and losing all of your players on a win does not do anything to help out that econ. So still in a bad spot, but they do have to keep forcing. There's, there's no point in saving because they lose. There's not another round. Clear going to push up very aggressively into C. We'll see if he's able to take out Xander. Xander smokes it off here and is just sitting inside of his smoke, hoping he can get a pick, while the rest of Disguise is going to be going towards B. There's only a Killjoy turret to hold them off. They're going to be taken out, and now they're going to be pushing into B. Unfortunately, though, M80 is mostly ready for that rotate. Steel going to take out Koala Noob. Lots of trades going on, but overall, M80 up a player, so I don't want to read all of those out. It's a 2v3 now for Disguised, and Ziff just pushes right into John Cutie, and now it's just down to the Gangsta. Now it's a 1v3. Remember, they did win the previous 1v3 by, time, and it was just barely. But the time may once again be in the hands of Disguise. That spike goes down on A, which M80 really was not expecting. It was a quick rotate for Gangsta, and it may pay off in helping him get some good time advantage here. That Killjoy lockdown comes out. It's going to force Gangsta off of this defense, but it's in heaven and it's a little bit further back, so he's just going to be able to play from long, though that Sova dart not going to get shot down in time, and they're not going to let that time explode once again. And even though Disguise was able to get around in this half, so it's not a flawless half for M80, it does inevitably go to M80. Now again, that was the map M80 chose, so you'd expect them to take it, and Disguise did decently well. They did much better than they did in week 4 against M80 on Haven, but obviously they were hoping for a win. They did pick Ascent for their second map, so that was Disguise's choice. We'll see if they're going to be able to cash in on that. Like I said before this match started, best case scenario is Disguise takes 1 map. That's the best case scenario for Disguise in this matchup, and I don't know if we're going to see that. Let's go ahead and take a look at Disguise. Of what he has to say about his loss.
Oh, I thought M8. Oh. Wait, what is that?
Could have been more of like a 13-9, 13-10 type of game. Sure.
Looks like he's watching with Ludwig. We'll get to his POV when they start playing.
And the thing you got to keep in mind is we've talked about, the map history between these two. Convincing on this map.
All right, looks like he doesn't really have anything to say. He never really does until the end.
Typically
So.
see M80 run away with were not necessarily the case. Sure, there were a handful of flawless rounds, and sure, we got the results at times that we expected, but Disguise put up a hell of a fight, considering that that was not their map selection. So we've got Ascent coming up for map number 2. I think both of us are kind of primed and ready to see if Disguise have fixed up on some of their mistakes on the map from last week. We'll see if that is true or not. We'll drop away to a break. The desk will come back, give us our thoughts, and we'll be back for map number 2. Don't go far.
All right, yeah. I mean, already, Disguise did better than I was anticipating. I said going into this, it's probably a 2-0 win for M80. I still think that. Like I said, best case scenario, Disguise takes a map. They did decently well against M80 on defense on Haven, but that was the map that M80 chose, so of course you expect M80 to win that map. Like I said, best case scenario, Disguise takes a map. If there's a map they're going to take, it's Ascent. So if there's a map you should have hope for Disguised, it's this upcoming map. They do pretty well on Ascent most of the time. They've lost a few times here and there, but for the most part, they're pretty strong on that map. Now, the Decider is going to be Pearl, which is another very strong map for Disguised, but also a very strong map for M80. Not that Ascent isn't strong for M80 either. It is. And so Disguised is in a little bit of a tough situation right now. I do think it's possible Disguised comes back. But I am still very much so sure with my original prediction. It's going to be a 2-0 from M80. Like I said, if there's a map you should have hope for, it's this upcoming map because it's Disguised's pick. And if there's a map they're going to be able to win, if there's a map they're going to get up on M80, it's probably this map. Will they be able to? I don't think so, but we'll see how it goes. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the analytics over at Knights Arena have to say.
This is an exponential improvement from the last game. It was a 13-2 last time. This is a 13-5. That, in my book, is a W. Let's go. On the second note,
all right,
this was a little rough. I think there wasn't many opportunities for DSG to even showcase themselves. We can start with the pistols and the bonuses, right? Both pistols going M80's way. Bonus loss in the second half. That's already 5 rounds in the advantage of M80, right? Plus the economy momentum going. This is already a bit of a rough start for DSG.
Yeah.
You can see just how things kind of spiraled, though. We talked about like what M80 was capable of doing, and a lot of that was pace control. It was putting Koala in a position to kind of just be like a speed demon, get into positions that were not supposed to work, but they did. I don't think we saw that as frequently here. I do feel like overall his play felt a little bit more contained, or I would say restrained. Contained makes it sound like it was DSG that was doing that, whereas more like M80 we're like, okay, let's like play a little reserved here. We still want to win. This is an important game. Don't get too out of control because you can easily spiral the game in the opposite direction. But Koala Noob does end up finishing with Koala Noob.
I will say, like, although Koala Noob did have a pretty good game, if you look at his game or his overall play, I believe they showed it before this matchup started, but Koala Noob, over the course of the 2-game series between M80 and Disguise in week 4, Koala Noob had it was like 408 average combat score. That is incredibly high. Like, that is impressively high. You'll pretty much never see that any other time in pro play. And so Koala Noob was able to do that well. Now, in Disguise credit, this game, Koala Noob did not hit that 400 average combat score. However, that is mostly in part due to well play from Disguised, where initially they were able to shut down Koala Noob. For the first few rounds, especially while Disguised was on that defense, they were sort of able to shut down that aggressive play from Koala Noob. However, when they switched sides and Koala Noob was on the defense, or when M80 was on the defense, Koala Noob was able to play aggressively, even though he was on defense, and was actually able to pick up quite a few kills on Disguised, especially once he got that operator in his hands. I guess just on attacking on Haven, Koala Noob just wasn't as strong as I think he wanted to be. But then turning it around when they switched defense, which they were able to do much better, which honestly it's a little bit different than what we saw in their original matchup between Disguise and M80 in week 4. where Disguised did much worse on their defense against M80, and then M80 did really poorly on sorry, not really poorly, but M80 did not do that great on their defense. This time we saw an pretty decent defense from both Disguised and M80, or at least probably better from both teams on their defense than they did in week 4. So it's going a little bit differently than I had expected. I sort of expected another dominant performance from M80, but it looks like this guy sort of was able to figure out how they wanted to outplay them, but it wasn't enough to carry them through and win them that map. Again, a map M80 chose that they feel comfortable with. So we'll see what the analytics have to say or the analysis have to say.
If DSG is coming into this map as their pick, they probably have a pretty solid game plan going into it, how they're going to minimize some of this initiator utility, how they're going to minimize some of Koala's impact, as well as some of the kind of like retakes. And this is something that we touched on, right? The retakes. Dude, their retakes on this last map were crazy. They look like executes. Like they were executing back on the enemy team, right? Those are wild, almost flawless retakes time after time, multiple rounds in a row by M80. And these are things that will most definitely be an impact here on the second map.
Important to note too, this is more comfortable territory for Disguised. Even though we only saw them play it twice during the group stages, they played it pretty frequently during the qualifiers to get to that point. So it's not like they're unfamiliar with it. But Roy, let's not forget, different team. It's one shift can change so many things. In the same way, like let's frame it up like this. TSM was not looking good in the first 2 weeks. Hayes leaves, they bring in Campecki. It's one player, but it changes roles, it changes the IGL, and suddenly this team's now a 4-1 team. They look so much better. They are looking fantastic. DSG, they lose Exalt. It's one player. They bring Riku up, who's a sub, but they play different roles. So now Ziff has to fill the initiator role. Riku's playing the sentinel role. Everything changes, and the team just feels like it doesn't really have that same feel anymore. It can be so difficult to just try to adjust. So now that we go to Ascent, even though it has been in the past comfortable, it might not be as comfortable as it once was.
Yeah.
For sure. I think statistically, we showed this earlier, right, in the broadcast. Ziff stats have dropped significantly since the role swap.
Yeah.
And I think Haven was also this kind of similar storyline, right? His stats weren't looking good. I think he was like 5 kills in 5 and 12 or 5 and 14 or something not beautiful. And this is, again, it's not like Ziff's fault or anything like that, but role swapping is super challenging. It can absolutely throw a team off. Different comms, different energy, different ability to speak and listen among teammates, right? Like the initiator role is such a massive impact.
I will say, even though this switch did sort of come late into the group stage, where Exalt got traded off in exchange for, well, not traded, but he did stop playing for Disguised, and in exchange, Riku comes in. Riku's been playing very well in his Sentinel role, but again, you do have to look at Ziff, not able to play Initiator super well, and you do have to think, although Riku's playing probably, he's definitely playing as well as they would hope he is, Ziff's not used to playing this sort of Initiator flex role, and so you may start to wonder, is Disguised looking to possibly, even though Riku's playing pretty well, Disguised may still want to just like not sign him simply because Ziff isn't super comfortable on that flex role. And they would want to sign somebody who is comfortable on that flex role rather than somebody like Riku, who's just going to place one of their other players in a little bit of a poor position.
And EU is definitely a name you want to cross off your list if you're looking to kind of get that reputation, right? Like that's a great player to diff if you really want that notoriety on the streets. And I think this is an opportunity for him to prove himself.
It certainly is. It's hard for me to look at this and be like, oh yeah, like DSG is definitely going to come back. I'm really reaching here, for Silver Lining, because I want to see a third map in the series. I want to see DSG get maybe some payback for what happened to them in the group stages. But it's just hard for me to make that suggestion simply because M80 has been so insanely good and has proven, again, how strong they are just with that first map victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can really tell that they're feeling good too. Like I said, the way that they were just flooding and on point and just all coordinated and wanted to essentially overwhelm DSG, it shows. And I think that winning the first map, it's going to roll on over to the second map. So I'm a little bit worried for DSG going into the second map. Riku did mention that they had to be a little bit cautious of Koala's op, and he's absolutely right. We saw very often that Koala is all over the map, pushing through smokes at long A and getting a pick, falling back, regrouping towards B, getting a pick. This is something that's very scary when a Jet player is feeling it and getting those picks all over the map. So essentially they'll have to think of ways to counter that, because Ascent's another really good map for Koala to accelerate that way.
Well, we are just about ready to jump into our second map in the series. Again, it is Ascent. It is Disguised Pick. And if you're hoping for a win, it's going to have to come here. Otherwise, it's down into the lower bracket. Well, they'll have to make a run against similar foes being knocked down in their opening round matches. Let's hand things over to the casters. We've got Shift and Dust standing by. It's all yours.
All right.
Thanks so much, friends. Great breakdown on the other side, I'd say, about not only map number 1, but maybe some things to expect here for Ascent map number 2. I think just before we talk about Ascent, one of the things that really popped up, and where I think if you're looking at how exactly Disguise get back into the series, better in first kills and first blood engagements, and better at breaking down post plants, because 12 of the first kills went the way of M80, and 8 out of 9 post plants were either held or broken down by M80, depending on which side of the spike you're on. So that immediately has to change. The good news is Ascent should be a better overall venue for this Disguise team.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. They have such a bigger pedigree on Ascent in comparison to really any other map in the pool, right? They beat TSM in Week 5 in Split 1. They beat Oxygen Esports as well in the qualification process. Their only loss, in fact, on Ascent since coming together as a team was a loss to the Guard, which is arguably the other best team in this thing besides M80, right? So coming in with like a 10-1 record between the qualifiers and the first, couple of weeks of the league is certainly good for them. Whereas M80, again, we talked about how shallow their map pool is and how small the sample size is because they weren't competing in qualifiers. They weren't competing in off-season events. Understanding what maps they're best on and what maps, maybe they don't have as much fluidity on, because they're 1-1 on Ascent, right? They beat TSM. But they beat a weaker version of TSM, I would argue. That was before Kentucky was on the team. And they did have a big loss to the Guard, the same team that Disguise lost to. So, I mean, it's a little bit more up in the air, in my opinion, than when it comes to, like, who feels more confident in this map. Because remember, last series, we never got to this map, right? Because we played Haven and Pearl.
Yep.
And while it was in the pool, we never got to see it. Now we do.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, man, especially considering that we walked away pretty impressed with Disguised on their matchup versus TSM last week on this map. At one point in time, the first half, it was like, ooh, which Disguised are we going to get? But hey, they did start to put together some really solid team play. The question is going to be, do they have the right responses now to a very strong M80 squad, as we continue to talk about on the other side, especially a team that is looking likely to use things like the breach again, which was a problem in Haven.
Yeah.
It's not going to play as transparently on a map like Ascent if they stick with it than it would on Haven. But the thing about it is, if we're going to get more utility play out of breach, that was a problem for Disguise in a couple of those tight rounds that we had in Haven, and could foil them here maybe just a touch. So being able to dance around that utility is going to be a very big key, I think, if Disguise were to find a way to send this to a third map.
Yeah, because I am curious if M80 will stick with the triple initiator setup.
All right, it looks like we're going into the start of the agent select here. So let's get into it. We're moving into Ascent. And it looks like we're going to have Ziff playing KO, Koala Noob once again on that Jet, Steel on Astra as well as Xander, Gangsta going to be on Sova while Nismo is playing that KO, Riku on that Killjoy, John Cutie on that Breach, Clear on Jet, and EU on Fade. So 3 initiators for M80, no Sentinels, 1 controller and 1 duelist. You look at Disguise, they've got a Sentinel. They've got 2 initiators, and then they got that controller and that duelist. So, a triple initiator play for M80 will be interesting. I really think, if you're going to go for a double, for doubling up, initiator on Ascent is pretty good, but you really only need 1 for each site, is the way that I would look at it. I don't know if you need 3, but we'll see if M80 is able to utilize 3 initiators well. I would expect them to be able to do so. I mean, they're a very powerful team. They seem to know what they're doing. Sorry, I sneezed there. They seem to know what they're doing, and I don't expect them to pick it and not know how to use 3 initiators well. Disguise leaving that spike towards A, but still in that attack spawn while they try and look for some early engagement on A, but that knife comes out, and it looks like that's going to force them off. Now they're taking that spike and running it over to B, where they're getting ready to push out. Triple Initiator from M80 is going to give them some really early vision. That breach on John Cutie is going to allow them to sort of force those pushes off when they do start to come through. We'll see if that is utilized. The knives come out, and now this concussion is coming out from John Cutie to try and push Disguised off of the site. They did get that door down and trying to break it. As Xander going to be able to get a pick coming in. He's going to get spotted though. Clear just going to be able to take him out. Meanwhile, Riku able to take out Koala Noob and head tap EU, but EU's going to finish Riku off. They're going to be there to cash in on that head tap, take EU out. Now it's a 2v3. Disguise looking pretty good here. They're up a player, although Steel takes quite a bit of damage in that early engagement on Stair. Clear's in a good position to get some good picks here, but he doesn't quite push out in time. John Cutie, meanwhile, going to take out Gangster, who is defending the site, and now it's a 2v2. Health in the hands of M80. Looks like they're just going to stick that defuse, and can Clear defend it? He is! He's going to be able to take out John Cutie and Nismo. As his teammate gets taken out, it doesn't matter. Going to get a 4K in total, going to be the one to win that round for Disguised. Disguised forces here. They should be able to get another round off of this. So well played here from Disguised. M80 played pretty well too. They just weren't able to defend well. I don't know if sticking that spike and getting it to half was the right decision there. They seem to be pretty confident in their ability to take on that 1v2. At the time of 2v2, he became a 1v2, and then he continued to stick it until his teammate was dead, and did not pay off. Now this guy's leaning towards A. They've got the spike in A lobby. Steel, who peeks out mid, is able to get that kill on Koala Noob, and that's going to shut him down instantly. Now he's looking for another. Sees EU, trying to get that kill. Meanwhile, the rest of M80's pushing up very aggressively. Down Cat, or at least two of them are. Nismo going to be there to take him out. We were definitely not expecting that, and that flash comes out as well. Clear going to be able to take out Nismo and Xander, though. 2 players down for M80, 3 total, and now it's a 2v4. 2 players down. EU going to be able to get an early pick on Clear, though, as they try and start pushing into A, but Ziv going to be there to trade it off, and now it's a 1v3 for John Cutie. Definitely going to be looking for another pick here. He's going to face off against Riku. Not going to find it. Riku going to finish John Cutie. And that round goes to Disguise round. They should have won. They did. They did take a little bit of econ damage there. Clear, who had a Vandal, was taken out, but it was just picked up by Gangsta. So econ not in the worst spot, and Clear off of that 4K in that first round. Now going to have knives to utilize. So their econ's in a decent place right now. M80, though, off of that save, going to be able to full buy here and going to have better guns this time around and should be able to win a round, although Disguise just going to light by and keep the guns they have from the previous round. So even if they lose, they're just going to try and do some good econ damage to M80, which they may be able to. We'll see. Now, it should be said, in Week 5, Disguise won every single pistol round against TSM. And so their pistol rounds do seem to be decently strong overall. Disguise did lose that matchup. I believe it went to 3 maps, though. So they won 6 pistol rounds in Week 5 to finish off the group stage of Split 1. To finish off Split 1. So they went out with a bang, to say the very least. Ooh, that drone's not going to catch any vision for Disguised in A, so they don't know where anybody is. That Guardian was smoked off, and Disguised running low on time a little bit. They're down to 50 seconds. Doesn't need to figure out how they want to play this. Riku going to get that pick on Koala Noob, but now Disguise has a player advantage, and it looks like they're still going to hold this mid a little bit. EU able to take out Riku, so it's a little bit of a trade. Now it's going to be a 4v4. Some engagement there coming in through tree, and Nismo's now very low on health, down to 10. Nismo's going to push back into Garden, Xander's going to be able to take out Zip and Gangsta and Steel. Meanwhile, Nismo takes out Clear. 4 players left alive for M80 as they take out Disguise. A round they should have won, they did. Disguise was not able to do very good econ damage either, which means M80 is just going to be able to turn around and full buy here once again. And Disguise is going to be in a pretty good spot right now. As well, though, because they did save that round, and off of some good first 2 rounds, now it's going to be a full buy from them, excluding the light shields on clear and steel, but we'll see if that matters. Still no kills for Koalanoob. He's been shut down pretty early in these rounds.
End of sentence. Done.
One Way comes out there in A main and scares Disguised off, and now they're going to start rotating towards B, where Riku is waiting for them.
No further ults have been earned, although Xander's really close with that little spree to getting a defensive Cosmic Divide, and Disguised are going to give their first test through B main. And the only
Now
thing
Disguised is
defensively, the
coming
way
in,
we talk about when you don't have the
pushing through B
Killjoy,
main.
who do you commit here to try to lock down these key positions? They're going to trust that EU can get it done on the fade.
They just trust in playing retake, right? They got aggressive at A main. They don't have the Killjoy utility, so they just have to trust in their retake.
EU and John Cutie each able to get a kill, denying this push in from Disguised as much as they can. 3 players now left alive for Disguised, and Gangsta very low in health, down to 10. The site is clear, and Gangsta's going to be able to get on and plant. Disguised just... Or sorry, M80 just going to be able to let them, or going to have to let them. Steel holding this mid... Would be able to catch him off guard, but he's not able to play well in time. Riku tries to push out and get a kill, and it pays off, able to take out John Cutie. And not expecting Riku there for some reason. Xander's going to be able to get taken out by Riku as well. Riku gets 3 kills to finish off the round. Not what Disguise was looking for, though. Disguise was looking for that round win. They did full buy there and couldn't find it, so now their Econ's not in the best spot. They did do some good damage to M80, though. But it doesn't matter. They're still going to be able to full buy this round. Koalanoob still has no kills, but he has that operator now looking to do some damage and lock down mid.
Tough round there for Disguise, blown up as mentioned, just through the team shots, and now on to Sheriff's, the lockdown. M80
Score 2-2.
Hopefully clean round from their perspective, because that would put you on 3 ults, maybe close to 4 if Nismo has a good round.
Good point. Again, they're playing this aggressive A setup.
This guy's gonna be pushing this A here. Xander and Nismo each able to get a kill. Xander gets another one. Nismo with the after death molly kill, and now it's a 1v3 for Gangsta. This guy's only able to find 2. Gonna leave it alone to Gangsta. Now it was a light buy from them, so this guys will be able to buy this next round, but not very good execution there, even though it was a light buy. Getting shut down by that util pretty effectively. M80 played that very, very well. 4 ults for M80 now, and only 3 for Disguised. We'll see if those ults come out now that they're on a full buy, both from M80 and Disguised. M80 should know that Disguised is on a full buy and try and use these ults to lock down the sites, and they've got a lot of those initiator ults that are good at helping them with retake or pushing the enemy off of a site, and Ziff is just barely exposed to Cat, and Koalanoob's going to be able to get an early pick there. EU going to just push out main, take out Riku. Nismo going to take out Clear, who is pushing aggressively through mid. This guy's just getting picked off, nobody there to trade them off, and now it's a 2v5. Only damage done to EU, and even then, still at 70 health, so not well played from Disguise so far. And again, this is their full buy round. They haven't been able to use a single one of their ults. Down to just Steel and his ult. But in a 2v5, they may just want to save. Looks like that's what Steel's trying to do. Koalanoob gonna take out Gangsta, though. Steel he's getting near that spike, able to take out EU, who was peeking at him from mid. Now he's going to grab that spike, and it looks like he's going to be trying to run it towards B. He's going to have to face off against M80, who's probably going to push through mid. Still going to be ready for it, though. He's making a lot of sound, trying to push fast. Not fast enough. Nismo going to take Steel out, and that round goes to M80, another round. I keep saying that those rounds go to M80 because they keep going to M80, and this is the map Disguise pick. They're not doing a whole... they're not doing very well on this map. Now, I sense a little bit defense-sided from what I've noticed, but it's not by a huge margin, which means you should still be pushing for an even score going into the next half to make it as close as possible. And Disguise is not able to do that here. They're going to light buy this round as well. They do have, again, they still have those ultimates. We'll see if they come out. They're not really. That Sova Dart comes out. And this guy's trying to prevent an aggressive push up from M80, and it's sort of going to work. That knife comes out, and now they know that the entirety of Disguise is there, and see Koala pushing out through B, hoping to get a pick on some of them, maybe rotating through mid, or even coming through, hoping he can aggressively push out here and get a pick. Oh, they do jump peek him and see him there, and he's not able to get those picks, so he's just probably going to have to back up. Riku's holding cat, saw that flash come out, and is hoping that they'll push out aggressively further, but Nismo has entirely backed up. Now, Disguise is rotated back towards A, and that's not the best decision. M80 is still pretty much entirely there. That wall comes up, and it's not super useful. M80 just pushes through it. Xander going to be able to get 2 kills. Nismo firing through the smoke, going to take out Riku. Xander also firing through the smoke, going to take out Ziff, and now it's just down to Gangsta, just going to get jumped. Flawless round for M80, and that was a light buy for Disguised, so, you know, they weren't expecting to win that, but now they're going to be on a full buy, so they're expecting to win this round, and they used one of their ultimates, and it wasn't well utilized. Disguised taking a timeout here, a good choice. They do need it. They just their timeouts were not super useful in the last half. You do sort of wonder what their what their timeouts were talking about, or like what they were talking about in their disguise. Or fuck, I can't talk right now. What they were talking about during their timeouts, in that previous map, because they weren't super useful. We'll see if they're just gonna pretty much say the same thing, or if they're gonna be able to provide some useful intel. Now, Gangsta still has 0 kills, and we're moving into round 8, so that's not great. Then again, Koala Noob still only has 2 negative when he's usually pretty positive, which does you Disguise is good at reading where Koala Noob is going to be and not letting themselves be pushed into Koala, where Koala Noob can just shut them down. So this guy has been able to play that well, but of course, the entirety of M80 is a good roster, so Koala Noob doesn't need to be playing the best for M80 to win, and you do see Xander just going to step in and get those kills, and we've seen him get quite a few of those. Again, buy round from Disguised, a full buy this time, no light shields or anything. 2 ultimates for them, 3 for M80, and it looks like EU's going to be ready for this ultimate push, maybe? Riku's just holding B main, hoping somebody will push out. That Prowler does come out. Does get Riku there, and he's looking for an early aggression there. Not going to find the pick, though. Again, Riku's still holding that pretty steadily. This guy is doing a little bit of a split push here. They've got 1 coming in through mid. Well, really 2 coming in through mid, but 1 going through towards market. While 1 comes in through to tree, and now being backed up by Gangsta with the spike. Clear's been pushed up pretty far, and he could actually just walk into defense spawn if he wanted to. And that knife does come out and detects Steel. Clear's still holding this, just watching that garage angle, hoping that somebody will push him. I believe he hears Nismo in attack-sided spawn. Gangsta gonna be able to tag Xander with that dart, so they know Xander's holding garden. Again, Disguise is already pushed up pretty aggressively through to mid. Not going to be able to find a pick, though. John Cutie going to shut clear down. Now it's just going to back up. That ultimate comes out from Ziff. And now that lockdown comes out from Riku. It looks like M80 was ready for that lockdown, though. John Cutie's still back here, but that lockdown's coming out. Somebody's going to have to help save him, but Ziff going to shut him down. That spike's going down finally. Riku is holding market, expecting nobody to be coming from CT, and now that Fade ultimate comes out to help secure this retake from M80. Again, when your enemy's on a buy round, you use your ultimates. Nismo going to take out Steel, Gangsta going to take out Nismo and Xander, though, so now it's a 2v2. Oh, but they're only worried about Ali. You're going to be able to take Gangsta out. Now he has to turn. Ziff now has to turn around. Sorry, I said you're going to take Gangsta out. Which is what happened. Sorry, I didn't. What am I saying? Anyways, Eu's going to get a 3K to finish off that round. And that's going to be that 6th round to M80. They were looking to try and secure that round. And again, when your enemy's on a full buy, you use your ultimates, and that's what M80 did, and it paid off. This guy's now gonna be in a pretty bad spot. Sorry for misspeaking. I am a little bit sick. Apologize. But Disguise is just gonna force here. M80's already secured 6 rounds, which means they've guaranteed that Disguised will, they have no chance of getting the advantage going to the next half. Should also be said, the only rounds Disguised has is those first 2 rounds. They got that pistol round and then the round after, and haven't been able to get any rounds said. Since that being said, though, Disguise has been able to secure a trade there, so now it's a 3v3, 2 kills for both teams. Clear trying to pre-fire Cat and hoping he can get somebody who's peeking through tree, but not going to find anybody. And B is actually clear for Disguise. So those kills were on A, and it looks like M80 is expecting Disguise to push off of those kills, but Disguise isn't. They're all the way over on B, and M80 is finally starting to wise up to that, but Disguise will have just a clear push onto B. And they're very cautious, and rightfully so, expecting maybe that M80's there, but they're not. They're expecting maybe from Market or CT. That Sova arrow comes out. That alerts M80 that Disguise is on B, and it also tells Disguise nobody's CT. That site was clear. Now they're just going to be able to plant, and they can just play this post-plant to the best of their abilities. They've got that Killjoy util to utilize, but don't know if it'll be super useful. We'll see. Fade util going to try and get some vision. That backside. Sorry, in that alley. Not going to find it, though. It's just shot down, so they know, Disguise is on site, but that's not the most helpful information. All of M80 coming through stairs. It's a good choke point for Disguise. Riku able to cash in on it, and now it's just down to EU in a 1v3. Not going to find any kills. Gangster going to shut him down. 3 players left alive. Well played there from Disguise. They decided to force this round, and it did pay off. The majority of their players still alive. Now they're going to have to figure out how they want to play their econ now. Because it's not going to be in the best spot. They're just buying each other. I think they can survive another round, or they can survive losing this round and be able to at least force the round after. But well played from them is going to start to give them a little bit of an edge. Even on the rounds that Disguise loses, they do a little bit of good damage to M80, taking out 1 or 2 of their players, which leaves M80 not in the best spot econ-wise, so M80 is looking to win this round to get a stable econ going. If they lose this, they'll be able to buy next round, but then they'll really need to win that round. And they're definitely not happy with that position. Nismo going to push out very aggressively with the use of that breach concussion, and it pays off. Disguise off of getting killed and picked off over on A. They're just going to run over and start pushing into B. Koala still watching with that operator, but he does get flash. You're going to be able to take out Riku. Not expecting him on the switch. Now it's just down to 3 for Disguise. Spike's going down, and Breach Util's coming out. It's a 3v5 again. Not great for Disguise. Clear going to get... Or he's getting shot at through the wall, but none of the shots land. Gangsta with a crazy flank from CT. Going to be able to take out John Cutie. Start to even that player gap. Ziv going to take out Xander, but just trade it off, so it's still player advantage for M80. It's a 3v2. And M80 has taken Spike, or Sight, I should say. Spike and Sight. And that Spike's just going to get diffused. It's going to get diffused. Clear, though, with the 3K. Going to be able to shut the rest of M80's players down. Making it an expensive round, even though M80 did win that. Although M80's econ going to be in a pretty good spot. They don't want to lose this round. If they lose this round, their econ's not going to be great at all. But of course, this is going to have to be a save run for Disguise. They want to be able to buy on that last round, and so it doesn't make sense to force here.
How decisive they were just to push together as a unit. Just kind of understanding where the vulnerability is and just playing like against it. Just being, okay, we just got to force it now. And that's what's so good about M80, how decisive they can be.
Score is going to be 7-3 now. We're moving into round 11, and M80 has the advantage going into the next half, no matter what. but they're definitely looking to make it a 9-3. They'll settle for an 8-3, sure. Or sorry, an 8-4, but they'd love a 9-3. Koala Noob holding B with that operator, not going to find any contact though. That vision from EU is useful, but they're not going to be able to utilize it. And that's going to allow Disguise to just get on site. No damage done. No kills given by M80. A little bit of a whiff there from Steel. Nismo's going to be able to take Steel out. So now it's a 5v4. Nismo's a little bit low in health though, so a little bit of an edge there for Disguise, but again, it's a 5v4 now. Koala Noob gets a pick, so it's a 5v3, and Nismo also gets a pick, so it's a 5v2. Just down to Gangsta and Ziff. Gangsta's going to get sprayed through the smoke. You're going to get taken out. Ziff going to be able to take a Koala Noob and EU, but there's not a whole lot you can do when you're against 5 players. Only able to find 2 before he's taken out. Again, a save run from Disguise went okay. They were able to find some kills there. But M80 is going to be able to full buy here. Maybe I'm just enough econ saved up. Maybe if this guy's got one more of their players, the econ would have been in a little bit of a bad spot for M80, but they didn't. And so this next round is going to be a full buy from both teams. Light shield for Zip and Clear on Disguise, so not a complete full buy. But yeah, full buy for both teams, and that operator is getting placed on Xander, it looks like. Because Koala Noob does not feel confident with it. One ult for both sides. We already see that Fatal come out. Riku going to take Koala Noob out, try and deny any early kills. But EU is also pushed out, going to take Riku out. EU takes quite a bit of damage, not able to return the same amount to clear. Which puts him pretty low on health in a 4v4. Ziff from mid going to be able to take out Nismo. M80 pushed very aggressively out of B, and it did not really pay off, or it hasn't really. He's pushed up very aggressively as well, just shooting through the smoke, trying to get some kills, and it works out. John Cutie also able to take out Clear in mid, so now it's a 3v2. Again, EU's still very low on health. Xander, though, going to take out Ziff in mid, and now it's just down to Gangsta in a 1v3. EU's very low on health. He's looking for a pick here. He gets concussed. Gangsta gets concussed, and I mean, he doesn't have the spike, so he just has to figure out how he wants to play this. He's in the smoke. Maybe he's providing him some cover here so he can try and push up, but it's difficult for him to get any picks off of that. Ew, low on health that whole time, able to find 3 kills, and now it's 9-3 for Disguise going into this next half. Not doing as well as they did on the previous map in that first half. Like I said, this map's a little bit defense-sided, although Haven was a little bit attack-sided, but both teams did better on their defense, so, you know, on an attack-sided map, we'll see if it's enough for Disguised, although this is their map, so you'd expect them to get just as many rounds as they did on Haven, which was M80's pick in that first half, or even more, but they didn't. And, I mean, you know, it's still possible, but not looking great for them. There's flashes and darts come out, so they get a little bit of vision coming into B main. Koala Noob, though, going to shut down Clear, not allow him to get any early vision or picks. And so now it's a 5v4, not looking great for M80. That spike is over near A side for M80.
Clickbait-worthy 9-3 scoreboards, but we'll see.
But you forget Koala's #1 in first kills per round by a good margin. Yeah. And he showed it right there. Steel, though.
Spike is over on A side for M80, and that pick for Disguise is going to be big. So now it's a 4v4, but very low on health now, Steel. Riku going to be left to hold down Cat tree entrance alone, and he's able to find a pick, but it's traded off by Xander. Xander also going to be able to find 2 more. Ziff going to take out Nismo with that Molly, so now it's only a 1v2, but only a 1v2 makes it sound easy, and it most definitely is not. Catches John Cutie running away, but all he has is a pistol. Not going to be able to do very much to defend there. That flash comes out. Ziff able to find John Cutie, but Xander just going to take out Ziff for 4K. So now the score is 10-3. M80 able to get that pistol round is going to help them move closer and closer to that 13th round and make this a 2-0 victory. The first game of the midseason invitational looks like it's going to be a pretty clean sweep here from M80. Won 13-5 on Haven, and they are looking at a 13-3 here. Even better than they could have hoped for, especially considering it's Disguised map. Disguised chose Ascent. You do have to wonder why they're not doing so well on it.
It's just, again, from the defensive side, you have to put together a clean buy somewhere if you're going to make this happen. So I agree with the
Looks
call.
like Disguised is
Get away with the shorty kill.
Bro, that's what he's hoping for. He's determined. He's on that archway. He's not moving.
pushed out pretty
That's all you can do.
aggressively. Sorry, what am I saying? Disguise has 4 position near A, 1 holding back of B, and this is a save round from Disguise, so they're holding pretty far back, hoping they can just get a sneaky pick on an M80, trying to push aggressively, and we may see that in A. Nismo pushing up, hoping he can get a pick, and Riku just waiting there with a shorty. If Riku just peeks out, he'd be able to get that pick. Over on B, though, Qualinum going to take out Gangsta, and Riku does peek out. Not going to find that pick, though. Nismo going to take Riku out. But M80 is all the way on B, and Sky seems to be more focused on taking out Riku. They're able to. I mean, they had the numbers there, able to take him out, but now it's a 4v3, and Disguise all the way over on A as the spike goes down on B. EU going to shut clear down, so now it's just down to Ziff and Steel. Ziff flashes out, and it's pretty effective, but Koala Noob just going to take Ziff out. So now it's just down to Steel coming in through mid. Ooh, Steel able to find that head tap, but it's not going to be enough. And then coming in through Market, he is just going to be able to take Steel out. That round M80 should have won. They did. And so Disguise in a pretty good spot. Or sorry, M80 in a pretty good spot. Disguise, though, off that save, going to be able to full buy. So they are in a pretty good spot, but not as many kills as they would have liked to do econ damage to M80. And so M80's just going to stick with the guns that they had from that previous round. Nismo did die, so he's just going to buy a Sheriff and Light Shield and try and do some damage. And there's a 3-stack coming out, A main, for Disguise, and it's going to be counterplayed pretty well from M80. They were able to get a concussion there, which forced Disguise to push out and play back, and 2 kills for M80 with only 1 for Disguise. Now Xander taking out Ziff as well, so now it's a 4v2. Nismo very low on health, but may not matter. Again, this is a full buy round from Disguise. They need to win this round. If there's a round for them to win, it's this one. They will not be able to full buy next round, and they'll have to if they lose this. 2 coming in through Heaven. Again, Nismo's very low on health and he's hell. Hit for 6. Riku able to take out John Cutie. EU, though, going to take out Riku while Nismo takes out Gangsta. And like I said, Disguised not going to be able to full buy this round, and they need to full buy. They need to force here now because M80 is on 12 rounds. So there's no point in saving. They just have to force now every single round that is to come. And this is the map. Again, this is the map Disguise chose, not doing nearly as well as they should be, considering how well they performed against M80 on Haven, which was the map M80 chose. Now Disguise doing this poorly on the map that they chose. It's a little bit disappointing for Disguise. And now they have to force. Once again, this is exactly what we saw in Haven. They were down so many rounds, they were just forced to force. Like I said, it's a little bit of a defense-sided map because there's so many chokeholds in mid and even pushing into sight, which makes it difficult for the offense. However, it doesn't seem to have mattered too much. And M80 going for a little bit of a split push, 2 going in B main, trying to look for some early engagement. They're not going to find it, though. That spike is near A in that attack spawn, and they're just going to pick it up and start pushing towards A. Nobody's really watching mid. Clears and Pizza, and Gangsta's coming in through Market. And Clear's going to be able to take out EU, so they're going to deny any push from mid. And just as M80 is mostly focusing on that Market and Pizza angle, they're going to get taken out, or at least they're going to get flanked from Catwalk. But overall, it's just going to be a trade. Xander very low in health, but so is Clear. John Cutie going to take out Clear while Gangsta takes out John Cutie. Nismo, though, going to take out Gangsta. Spike is down. It's up to Riku. 1v2, able to take out Nismo. So now it's just him versus Xander. Xander has 5 health, and he knows it. Gonna take Xander out. A clutch there for Riku in a 1v2, and that round goes to Disguise. They're keeping it alive, keeping this comeback alive. But similarly to what we saw in the last map, when you lose this many players, even if it's a win, it's not great for you. Your Akon's going to be in a pretty bad spot. And so, you know, they're not going to be able to full buy, but they do still have to continue to force. They don't really have room to save at any point, which means they have to use all of their ults as soon as they get them. They've got to use all of their util. They've got to use all of their weapons because there's no point in saving it because it may just be the last round that you have. So we should see that lockdown come out from Riku to some at some point, but we'll see how well M80 is able to play passively and prevent that preemptive lockdown usage. You do see Riku playing a little bit further back on B, so that way he's in a position to do so. M80 is challenging a mid push, and it's smoked off, so they have to push through that smoke from Catwalk, but it's not going to matter. There's nobody from Disguise actually watching mid, although M80 is very wary of it. 3 playing pretty far back on A for Disguise, excluding Ziff, who's pushed up a little bit aggressively, while 2 for Disguise on B. Both of them in a pretty decent position to hold from mid or main. They do have that alarm bot watching, I think that's called Tiles. I could be wrong about that. Mid upper. But yeah, there's an alarm bot watching there, and that's actually where the spike is going. So it's going to get triggered and give Disguise some vision. Nismo and Ziff having a KO battle. And you can tell Ziff is looking for that kill as he's trying to run away. Gangsta going to be able to take a Koala Noob. This push onto B has started in that lockdown. Like we talked about, came out. Xander and John Cutie each able to get a kill. So now it's a 4v3. John Cutie pretty low on health, though. And Nismo, who never stopped challenging that mid, is just going to come through now, able to find clear. And now it's a 4v2. Nismo going to take out Steel as well. Also going to be able to take out Ziff, and that's going to finish Disguised off. A 2-0 victory for M80. We'll see how Disguised Toast feels about that.
Oh, not like that.
Jeez.
M80 will take the series 2-0. And off the scoreboard, relatively
Honestly,
cleanly,
dude,
fuck
fuck that they made you play this team twice. It's fucked.
M80's
Top down,
regard
it's
in
fucked.
terms of their capabilities.
They say that they made you, but actually the only way that you end up playing that same team twice is if it went the way that it did, because the way that the seedings were determined is first goes against 8th, second goes against 7th, third goes against 6th, fourth goes against 5th. And they do that so that way, you know, the 2 top best teams don't just play against each other and, you know, because what would end up happening then is the guard would just end up in the lower bracket and dominate the lower bracket. Like, let's say M80 and the guard went up against each other immediately. Then whoever lost that would just dominate the lower bracket, while the person who won would just dominate the upper bracket. So they do it this way, so that way it keeps it so the lower bracket has a little bit more of a chance, and it makes it so that way that, like, the 2 top teams facing off in a bracket style doesn't happen until the very end. It is unfortunate that it pans out that way, but it's not over for Disguise. You don't just get eliminated. You move to the lower bracket. So Disguise... sorry, my voice keeps dying. So Disguise now going to be in the lower bracket. They're going to face off against whoever loses between TSM and Moist Moguls, who I do think, since we're moving towards that matchup, I do think it's going to go to TSM, which means I think we could see a Disguise versus Moist Moguls matchup, which is almost certainly what... it's not actually a bad thing, and I do think it's what Disguise and Ludwig and Moist Critical are actually hoping for. I'm pulling this up not because I want to watch it right now, but so that way, whenever the results of the next matchup happen, we can go ahead and take a look. But yeah, very well played from both teams, and from both players. I'm actually going to quickly use the bathroom because I didn't use the bathroom before it started. So I'm going to use the bathroom. We'll talk about what we need to talk about. And what there is to talk about regarding the upcoming matchup, the matchups for the rest of the week, and so on and so forth. I'll be right back.
Boy from the dirt, so I paint my eyes black. Scared my mama shitless, almost had a heart attack. We can't pay the rent, told her I'll be right back. Pull up in the night, drop another 100 racks. My name is Ren, but you can call me Rain. I guess it's all the same when you make that money rain. I know every kind of pain, fuck you and your games. I get what I want, bitch, fuck up out my lane. Right. Fuck up out my lane. Right. Fuck around and make it big, big court. Let them think you're dumb till you flip your ace of spades. I learned that shit young, boy, that's how I make my way. I don't trust no one unless they're 6 feet in the grave. Bitch, you better run if you break the NDA. My name is Ren, but you can call me Rain. I guess it's all the same when you make that money rain. I know every kind of pain, fuck you and your games. I get what I want, bitch, fuck up out my lane.
Alright, I'm back. We'll go ahead and take a listen to what the broadcasters have to say, so that way I don't expend the entirety of my in-between matchups arsenal of things to talk about.
Execution is wild. Their mid-rounding is really good. It seems like they're always on the same page. There's never any moments of hesitation. Like maybe we saw a little bit of that on the first map in the first couple rounds, but it's like snap of a finger, gone now. They just look like a whole new team. Their late rounds are insane. Their retakes are super well structured. Their post plans are really good. They always have ideas. There's always something flowing between them, and you can see that, right? And on the other side, it really doesn't feel like DSG is playing bad. They're not like making terrible decisions. They're not really like getting out called. Like they have the right reads, they have the right structure, they have the right ideas, but they're just getting outgunned and they're just getting out utiled by M80's playstyle and by their comp.
Yep.
I think one of the things that makes M80 so difficult to play against is just how well they work together. There were times where DSG had a good idea, but it seemed like it was clunky. Like things just weren't where they needed to be. Maybe their spacing was a little bit off. Maybe their communication was a little bit off. And as a result, it doesn't quite go the way you would expect it to.
Yeah.
That's not a problem that M80 is going to have. This team is drilled. They have been playing together for a long time, and it shows. And you can see it just looking at individual performance. You see it on the scoreboard as well. I mean, this was a dominant showing from M80 yet again.
It was. You can tell that M80 has all of their setups down and everything that they need. And like Roy was saying, it's not necessarily that DSG didn't have what they needed to succeed. They just weren't getting the picks. And looking at the stats here, although Quella didn't have the best game, really, because teammates were doing a lot of the work compared to the first map, I want to highlight the trappers, I'm calling them. So that's Xander, Nismo, and John Cutie. They were absolutely denying the A main control and just DSG was just running into their traps, and I feel like that was really hard for them to counter. DSG found most success over at the B side, but again, their retakes, they just flooded and overwhelmed them, and like we were saying, they just weren't getting the picks that they needed to succeed.
One of the few teams not running a Sentinel, playing on Ascent. We were talking about it while watching the game. M80 plays a triple initiator look, no Sentinel coming into the fold. Only one other team did that during Challengers thus far, and that was Shopify Rebellion. And there's a part of me that wants to believe that that was copycatting. It was like, okay, this worked for M80. Let's see what we can do, because they haven't run it since. They only did it one time. They didn't run it in the weeks leading up, and they haven't run it in the games since then that have played on Ascent. So it did sort of feel like, hey, let's see how this composition works. Maybe they got beat up by that composition. If it was M80 playing it, that's very likely what happened, as that's just kind of been M80's MO throughout the group stage. The only team that has given them grief has been the Guard, and it's a team they're not going to have to face until a upper final should they get that far for both sides. But we are going to go ahead and throw things to the post-series highlights. When we come back, we'll be jumping into the post-match interview and then match 2, excuse me. We'll be back in just a bit.
One enemy remains.
All right.
One enemy remains.
Look at these highlights a little bit, I suppose. But yeah, I do want to, saw that post-game analysis. I do think M80 played very, very well, and Disguised just like they couldn't really figure out how to deny M80 the control that they had. Occasionally they were able to break through, but not really a whole lot there. And at the end of the day, they they weren't able to find it, and that's what matters. So let's go ahead and move on to talking about Moist Moguls versus TSM. Let me see. Go ahead and close that and pull this up. I don't think we have the map selections quite yet. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting face-off. Now, like I said, the way that this works, is it's first against 8th, second against 7th, third against 6th, and then fourth against 5th. So you'll notice Moist Moguls and TSM are the two middle teams, which in theory means they are the closest. I mean, no, it does mean they are the closest in terms of points, but it should also mean, actually, no, Moist Moguls closer to Oxygen, but in terms of position. But what it does also mean is it should be a pretty even face-off or matchup is what you would think. I don't think it's going to be pretty even. And the reason I'm saying that is because Moist Moguls, yes, they're 5th, but it's sort of like a barely they're 5th. Like, anybody on, really truly anybody in Group A could have been 5th. It was really just a matter of, I would say, like, luck a little bit. It was not really a fair matchup, is essentially what I'm saying, right? So TSM versus Moist Moguls is a very, like, it's not going to be very close. Just look at Moist Moguls. It's 3-2. That was their record, okay? So they won 3 of their matchups. They lost 2 of them. You look at TSM, it was 4-1. They won 4 of their matchups, and they only lost 1 of them. So it's not going to be, like, as close as you may think, just if you look at, oh, it's 4th versus 5th. That's pretty close positionally. They should be, it should be a pretty even matchup. I don't think it's going to be that even. I think maybe Moist Moguls could get a map up, but I don't know if they're going to be able to play that well against TSM. And honestly, quite frankly, I'm saying this too because I'm hoping they don't play that well against TSM, because I want it to end up like this, like I have in my pickups. I want Moist Moguls to lose against TSM, so it's Disguised versus Moist Moguls. I just think it's a fun matchup. Now, let's say hypothetically, we'll just, mess around a little bit. Let's say, oh, can I not? I don't think I can pick them anymore. All right, well, let's just say, TSM, let's say Moist Moguls does beat TSM. Moist Moguls goes against M80, and TSM is against Disguised once again. Now, that matchup, I think, would be closer than a TSM versus Moist Moguls. But let's say this is what happens. TSM against Disguised. I think TSM probably wins that. I mean, they won it once. So why won't they, what's stopping them from just winning it again? So I do think TSM wins that again. So then it'd be Moist Moguls versus TSM once again, because I don't think... sorry. Then it would probably end up with Moist Moguls against... I mean, it's a little bit messy after that point, but very likely is what I'm trying to get at. Very likely we would not see a Moist Moguls versus Disguised matchup. So I'm just sort of hoping TSM wins this just so that way we can see a Moist Moguls versus Disguised matchup. Is that what I think is going to happen? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I think probably Moist Mogul loses here. TSM probably doesn't. I don't think it really matters what maps they're playing on. What agents. At this point, I think TSM is just a stronger team. Their record is better. Their round differential is better. Again, not by a substantial margin, but it is better. So, TSM is just the better team, and it really may just take that TSM slightly better. And also, Moist Moguls is second in Group A, but it's Group A, like they're in Group A, and I think now that they're going to start, it's mixing up, they're up against a team that's part of Group B. it's gonna, it's gonna start to shine through that, oh, these Group A teams are not actually like the best of the best, or these Group A teams are not there to be super aggressive. It's mostly gonna probably be a Group B dominated. Like, we're gonna see that the teams that were in Group B from Split 1, at least the top 3, maybe Disguise, are going to be the teams that dominate pretty harshly throughout the entirety of North American Challengers, both probably in mid-season face-off and then in Split 2. And I don't think that's going to change at all after. I don't think that's going to really change. I think that's how it's going to be. And I don't think Moist Moguls is going to be the team to sort of show up TSM, to prove, hey, no, we from Group A during Split 1 are actually a good set of teams. I don't think Moist Moguls is going to be the team to show that. I think it would be TSM versus G2, which I put it in my pick'ems. I do think we'll probably see that, but that's further down the line. I don't think Moist Moguls is going to, especially the first team from Group A to face off against a team in Group B. I don't think this is going to be the matchup where people are like, oh, maybe Group A is actually a good set of team. Not saying that these teams are bad necessarily. It's just Group B is very strong. Split 1 Group B is very, very strong, and they prove themselves to be a very strong group. So I'm not really anticipating Moist Moguls to win here. And I think I could talk about it over and over and over again, talking about how I don't anticipate Moist Moguls to win here, but I really don't. Now we're going to start to move on a little bit. Now I already talked about Counter-Strike 2, which is coming out. I already talked about how it's probably not going to really switch up the player base for Valorant. But actually, no, we do have, this is probably going to be a player interview, so let's go ahead and take a listen.
Kavik for short. You guys can abbreviate if you want. I feel like it is going to catch on. It's going to save me a ton of time. But it is M80 who find the win to kick things off here in the playoff bracket, and it doesn't really surprise many just based on the runs we've seen from them through the group stages. This team is exceptionally good, and it means we're going to be bringing in one of the players from M80 for the post-match interview. We're speaking specifically of Nismo, a player we haven't actually really gotten to speak to too much throughout the group stages. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, Buck.
Map 1 was a bit of a bumpy start for you guys. And by bumpy, I mean comparatively to some of the other matches, you saw DSG get out on a little bit of a run early, finding 3 straight rounds. What was it in those few rounds that was going wrong, and how did you guys course correct?
I mean, obviously it's going to happen that you're going to lose some rounds. I think it's just a question of just adapting as fast as possible, and that's what we did. And that's why we just kept on going. We kept on winning.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen. You're gonna lose some rounds,
and that's what I sort of said was going to happen. Even if Disguise could get some rounds up, inevitably I said, even if Disguise gets some rounds up, M80 can just switch it up, and suddenly Disguise doesn't know what they're doing because they only played against M80 when M80 was playing one specific playstyle in week 4. So they were able to counterplay that a little bit, but then M80 was just able to switch it up and turn it back around.
Type of comp, I think it brings a different type of gameplay that people are not used to, and I think we pretty much like it. We're sticking to it, and it's something that we just trust in. And even though we lost versus the guard, we adapted, we fixed some stuff that we could think it could help, and it worked out at the end. So we're good with the comp.
You mentioned your rematch with the guard. Your bracket run could include all rematches up until the upper bracket final. If TSM wins today, you'll be facing off against them in the next round. If Guard can win their next 2 matches, you'll be facing off against them in the upper bracket final. Do you feel like that helps you because you know what to expect from these teams, or do you feel like it hurts you because Group B was so incredibly strong throughout the group stages?
Well, I think both groups were good, to be honest with you. Whether we played G2 or we played TSM or the Guard, I mean, any opponents that's in front of us, we just have to play them and show them that we're the best team. Yeah, again, I can't really say it's gonna help us or it's gonna not really help us. At the end of the day, you have to beat everyone to win. So
yeah,
we're just ready to play whoever comes up in front of us, and we're a strong opponent, that's for sure.
That's fair. Now, on a personal level, you're a player who's at a different season in their life compared to some of the other players who play through challengers, like these 17-year-olds who basically got nothing going on. How do you balance real life responsibility with also your in-game responsibility?
Well, I mean, I think it's important to have, well, for me, for my case, my partner is really my girlfriend, I could say. She's understanding with the situation. She knows I need to put a lot of work So it's more for me to balance in between practices, my grind, custom server. It just like comes a state where you have to play just a bit less, but you still have to put a lot of hours into it. And that's
Right.
what I do right now. I scrim a lot, do a lot of off server, a lot of VOD review also. So you have to grind, you know, even if you have to balance life, at the end of the day, you have to play a lot. So I'm trying to balance both, spend time with family. I think it's really important to be off like the server a bit. And yeah, I've been doing a good job at that.
Well, I mean, it's clearly not really impacting your performance to try to spend some time away from the game, so I commend you for your ability to balance both. This last question does come from the fan zone. If you guys at home are wondering about that, you can learn more at pks.gg/fanzone. This one's from our own Ravishing Ravish. He asks, what makes your shawarma so goated?
I mean, it's the recipe, man. You know, it's the hard work that we put into the shawarma. You know, it's a family business at the end of the day. We work hard, and shawarma is amazing. It's also a chain that's known. So yeah, it's all with love, man. It's made with love.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Congratulations on both your shawarma and your victory as you guys pick up your first win here in the bracket play, and you will be moving on further in the tournament.
Thank you, Bach. I appreciate it.
All right, well, we do have one more match for you guys today. This one should be a banger. It's going to be TSM versus the Moist Moguls. We're going to throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll be the desk breaking things down. Stay tuned.
All right. Yeah, okay. Anyways, what was it? Oh, yeah. So Counter-Strike 2, probably not going to switch stuff up. Again, I already talked about that. The next thing we have to talk about, and I sort of talked about it last week a little bit, is Valorant Game Changers. Okay? VCT Game Changers. North America. So, the way that this works, because I know there's a little bit of confusion, or at least I had a little bit of confusion, and I still don't super understand everything, but essentially, it's similar to Challengers, except there's way less teams. I believe there's only 32 teams allowed in each series, so there's going to be 3 series over the course of the next year, pretty much. Going into, I believe, October is when the final series will end. So the way that it works, and this is, of course, just talking about Series 1, that's what these dates are. Series 2, I believe, takes place in June, and then, like I said, Series 3, I believe, takes place in October, maybe September and October, but I think it's just October. And so the way that this works is, and I'll get into it, it's an open qualifier, similar to the Challengers, regular Challengers. It's an open qualifier. Oh, and if you don't know what Game Changers is, even though I did talk about it a little bit last week, it is female-only Valorant teams. And this is to give women more opportunities, because even though women can compete in regular Challengers, oftentimes they are not given the opportunity to shine in a professional scene. And so this is basically an opportunity for women to compete in a professional setting, and display their skills, because oftentimes women are not given that opportunity in gaming as a whole, in esports as a whole, and Game Changers is basically trying to do that, is basically trying to give women more opportunities in esports. So yeah, 32 teams competing in the open qualifiers, and it's a bracket. Okay, it's pretty much, I believe it's exactly the same that normal Challengers worked. So there's an upper and a lower bracket. They're pretty much just going to move through those over the span of 3 days: April 4th, April 5th, and April 6th. At the end of that, the top 8 teams. So you'll see 32 teams go through day 1, and 24 teams will qualify for day 2. Day 2 happens, and 16 teams move on to stage 2. Yeah. So at the end, 16 teams will be left, and 16 move on to So 16 teams are decided to move on to stage 2, and then the lower bracket happens, and then the top stuff happens, the top brackets happen, and then you move in to the main event. 8 teams qualify throughout this 3-day process. Again, I'm not entirely certain exactly how it works, because I haven't seen this before, but after Series 1, moving into Series 2 and 3, I'll sort of get the hang of it. But yeah, all you need to know, Open Qualifier happens over the course of 3 days. At the end of that, 8 teams will qualify for the main event. The main event is going to take place over the course of 5 days, April 7th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. This is the way all 3 series will work, but this is just the dates for the first one. The other ones, again, happen later in the year. So, for the main event of Series 1, it happens on April 17th. And it's, I believe it's another sort of bracket style, and I think it's going to be similar, if not exactly the same. I actually I think it's going to be exactly the same as this bracket here, where these 8 teams, there will be 8 teams here, except obviously the team names will be different, but 8 teams here, and then it basically takes place the exact same way. You get the winners of the upper final go to the grand final, the winner of the lower final goes to the grand final, and then there'll be a grand final match. So yeah, it works exactly the same way as this mid-season, and the playoffs will work for regular challengers. So there's no round robin, but it's the same thing, and they're all doing that to earn points. I believe that's how it works. I pulled up an article earlier, but I did close it. I'll try and get some more of that information together to talk to you guys about later this week. But yeah, so that all happens. Once you're in these 8 teams, I believe they all earn points. What they're competing for is to earn the most. Again, there's going to be 3 series, and the winners from all of those series, I believe, go to basically, I believe the same thing happens again, essentially, but it's just the top teams. I think it's just, so I'm pretty sure the way it works, and again, I'm pretty sure, I'm not entirely sure. The way that it works is these top 8 teams from Series 1 in this open qualifier then go to the main event. And the main event, if you're in the main event, you're already earning points for overall in North America Game Changers. But what you're playing for now is how many points you're getting. So then it'll basically be top 8, get a certain amount of points, and then that's how it works for all 3 series. And then I think they go to another sort of like bracket style thing. Again, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure how this works. I don't know how it's going to work. Once we see the I assume as we get closer to it, more people will start talking about it, because it's actually hard to find stuff that people are talking about. I do believe Disguised is going to be making a team for this for Game Changers, so there will be a Disguised team once again, and so, you know, another content creator backed team. We'll see if the other content creators get into it as well, but yeah, so it'll be something to talk about. It'll be something to watch. I'll try and keep consistent with that as well. Obviously, they've scheduled it around regular challengers, so you know, I should be able to do both. But yeah, April 5th is my birthday. I'll probably just do my regular birthday stuff on another day or afterwards. But yeah, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see how everything matches up. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this. I don't really have anything else to talk about. We'll see if Knights Arena has put anything out. We can look at the clips from that series. Does not look like there's many.
Give him that opportunity now. He can come back to the fight, and boy, does he.
Yeah, really clean stuff on the crossfire here from M80.
John Cutie, though.
Nice 3K there from Kuala Noob. He had a really good match on Haven.
Clear and steal. It's just about trying to hang on to both of these outside areas. John gets one headshot cleared out by himself. Halfway defused, but...
That was a really good clutch from Clear, the 4K.
Clear's gonna...
Austin here, gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Nice. Good first shot onto Kuala Noob, but Sander just taps the frenzy for another. Oh boy, just another one of those rounds. It feels
now getting bought.
I mean, yeah, just like, man, that just goes to show, like, M80 played it very, very well. I mean, like I expected, it was a 2-0. These guys did their best, but yeah, another 2-0. And this does mean, though, that the day overall will end a little bit faster, but yeah, it went pretty much how I expected. Um, so yeah, and I don't believe they put anything else out. We'll see if they've put anything out regarding game changers. No, that's just their gauntlet. I'd probably have to scroll down really, really far. We have time. We have time. I'll scroll down far. Just live now over and over and over again. Let's see. Should have it. I think they put it out. I guess not. Yeah, here it is. Let's see if they talk about how it actually works a little bit more in this article. Presented by Verizon. Just because it's something to do. If this will load. There we go. Alright, so each Game Changer series begins with an open qualifier. The top 8 teams face off. Oh, so it looks like the top 16. The open qualifier teams will battle in GSL group format to determine the top 8 teams that will advance to the main event. For the main event, the tournament format will shift to a double elimination bracket, with all matches being best of 3, except the lower finals and grand finals being a best of 5. So yeah, pretty much exactly how this is working. There will be 410 points available for the top 16 teams throughout each Game Changer series. All right. In addition to a coveted spot at the Game Changers World Champions World Championship, teams will compete for a share of $50,000 prize pool. Okay. All right. Cool. So does that mean? Yeah, I don't know. Does that mean the top 16 teams move on to the World Championship? I don't know what the points are for. Okay, whatever. Again, we'll figure it out as the time comes closer. I'll probably find a video or something, people explaining it. There's not a whole lot to talk about right now. I don't want to just like cut to a break or something, but I don't know if there's really anything else to reference. I guess we can talk about tomorrow's matchup. I should say I will probably miss the first matchup. I may catch the tail end of it, but I think if I'm here and it's like the end of like the second or third map, I'll probably just wait. So you can expect me not to cover that first series. It's the guard versus FaZe. It's a sad one to miss. It's an exciting matchup. Oh, alright. It looks like we're back. I don't have to stall. But yeah, I'll probably miss the first series tomorrow, or the first series tomorrow, so I apologize about that. I'll give my prediction right now, actually. I think it's going to go to the guard, most likely. I closed it for some reason. I think it'll probably go to the guard. If you look at my pick'ems, that's what I chose. The guard wins that. And then if I do end up catching or missing the second game as well, although that would be very surprising, I do expect to go to G2 as well. And you see that there. I should be able to catch both games on Friday. We'll see. And yeah. Well, let's go ahead and dig a listen to what the hosts are talking about, though. The analysts.
I could not agree any more than that. I think all of MXM's matches have been extremely close. Their wins have been close. Their losses have been close. They're a team that either wins or loses by absolute tiny margins. This is going to be a super close game. I don't expect a sweep in any direction. Another thing to keep in note as well is that TSM seems to be flexing 7 maps. They haven't shown their fracture, but they haven't been first banning it, which means that they are confident to play it if someone is willing to pick it. Meanwhile, Moguls, they pretty much have an icebox permaban, so they're only playing 6 maps, which makes them a little bit more of a specialist on some of these maps that might pop up here. And the head-to-head, keep in mind, this is the last time the TSM core has played this ghost core of a Proto and Brock was in June 4th. This was back when Subroza was on the starting lineup. This is a history at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of time for these teams, and we'll see if that ends up being a factor. Again, we've talked about the strength of that Ghost roster. We just saw half of that team play in the previous matchup, effectively looking at M80. And while you could argue that it was M80 who came out with the stronger pieces from that core roster, this team has not necessarily been a weak contender, but TSM has been really strong in the last couple of weeks. They did have a bit of a bumpy start to their group stage, and then they made a roster change that I don't think many people saw coming, and that was the swap away from Hayes, as Hayes decided to take a break from competitive play for whatever reason, personal reasons, just decides it's time to step away for a little bit, and I'm sure we'll see him back. It seems like that's par for the course with many of us as we try to step away. The game always pulls us back in like a tractor beam. But since that, TSM has been on a tear, and you can see it here in the record. A big win in the first week over the Guard. That was a big question mark week because we were like, okay, how's this going to work? You know, they're bringing in a player that we weren't really too sure on because the last run that he had with Sentinels wasn't that great. Speaking of Kampeki, the first win is the 2-0 over Guard. That was massive. Then they beat OR, and it's like, okay, OR has been struggling. They have a close series against DSG, but they find the win there as well. They end up finishing the group stages 4-1. Tying a record with M80 and the Guard and G2, teams that were widely regarded as top 5 in the group stages. So this team has been absolutely incredible since the swap away from Hayes.
Yeah, and that's nothing to take away from Hayes, because I feel like we all know, no doubt that Hayes is an incredibly talented player, but TSM is still filled with a bunch of incredibly talented players. The player I want to highlight on their team specifically is Kampeki, who's another initiator that I often study. And Kampeki ended week 5 with 53 assists. And I don't think people realize enough how impactful this is when you have an initiator that is just completely setting up the team. But also Kampeki was ending the matches at the top of the scoreboard. So that just shows of how well-rounded this player is, and so many other players on TSM.
Kampeki as well, one of the top-rated players currently competing from the group stages. Coming in midway through the season, we had a lot of question marks because
I will say, like, again, I do think this match is going to be closer than the Disguise versus M80, obviously, but like Moist Moguls is not. I don't think they're anywhere near as impressive in their performance in Split 1 in that group stage compared to TSM, who had a very impressive performance. Again, going 4-1 is really, really impressive, especially when you look at the teams that were in their group. They went 4-1 in a group that contained both M80 and the Guard. You know, you throw a G2 in there, it would have been a complete mess, but yeah, so they did really, really, really well considering the group that they were in. And I, again, like, do I think teams from Group A could possibly, you know, show TSM that Group B is not all it's cut out to be? Yeah, but is it going to be Moist Moguls? I just don't think so.
But as the duelist, seeing him actually almost double his numbers in FKFD is important.
I mean, important is an understatement, I think, right? Like, you're going 1.5 on the first go, first death. That means your setup in the round is...
Sorry.
And this is a team-oriented. It could be a personal thing, like it could just be Corey just popping off or playing above his level, or it could just be a team structure thing, right? Where you've kind of moved Gimo back into the controller role. You've brought in Kampeki, a pretty vocal player, into the initiator flex role, who is now working in tandem with Corey. So I think these two kind of as like a power duo on the front lines is doing work, and the stats show it. Everything is there to back it up. It's just a matter of whether, you know, there's a big question mark. Is this a honeymoon phase, right, for TSM? They brought in Kampeki. The vibes are great. They haven't really ran into problems yet. They haven't really been tested as a team yet. These are all things that will be tested over time. And this might be the start of that, whether is this a honeymoon period, or is this the new level that we can expect from TSM as they look to kind of continue the trend, the top of the challengers.
And like Em mentioned, Kampeki's ability as the initiator to offer up assists. Kampeki's 10th in assists overall and has only played 3 weeks compared to 5 from everybody else. Sits at a 0.69 APR. That's 0.11 higher than the nearest person. At 0.58, that would be Xanter, who we just watched play with M80, where basically everyone sits high because every stat category they dominate. But Kampeki has been a huge part of the success that Corey's been able to find in the early round, setting him up, and not only that, statistically strong, able to follow up if necessary. But looking at the opposition, let's take a look at Moist. This is a roster that comes in from the group stages as Breakthrough gets signed to Moist Moguls during the group stages. They have successes followed by failures, followed by successes, but it's never really like a lopsided shellacking. They don't get beat down very easily. They don't really take losses that are blowouts. Their biggest win is a 13-7. I think their biggest loss is like a 13-8 or a 13-9. Yeah. So this team is keeping games close. It's often within 2 rounds. A lot of games going into overtime. This team fights very hard to keep the game close, Em.
Yeah, and I feel like these are the best games to watch for all of us at home because nobody likes to sweep, let's be honest. When matches are close, that's when you start seeing the entire playbook, and that's what I want to see today. I think it's okay if the matches are close and not a complete sweep through the floor, and that's what I'm expecting, about 50-50 for these two teams. And the record over there, 7-5 is... I mean, that's pretty good because it's not a sweep, like I said. I like.
I mean,
yeah, I'm expecting it to be.
Okay. I don't think it's gonna be a sweep, but I disagree. It's not a 50-50. I think this is definitely in the hands of Moist Moguls by a long shot, or sorry, in the hands of TSM by a long shot. TSM is just a really powerful team. And do TSM's games go close? Yes, but they win them. Do Moist Moguls games go close? Yes, and they don't always win them. You know what I mean? Like, and Moist Moguls is in the easier group of the two, is what I would call it. They're in Group A. That's an easy-ish group. And like, you know, Moist Moguls just they should have probably done better against Turtle Troop. Turtle Troop didn't even qualify for midseason, and they lost to Turtle Troop, you know? So you look at that loss, you look at how Moist Moguls was playing. Do I think Moist Moguls has gotten better since then? Probably. But do I think TSM has gotten better? Yeah, and they went 4-1. So their one loss, which I think was to Mad Lions, maybe, or OR, it was a pretty disappointing loss, but it was an early loss. It was a loss that came very early on, which, you know, meant that TSM had a lot of room to improve. Moist Moguls lost to Turtle Troops, I believe, week 4. So it was like, no, week 3. So it was not so much of a, like, okay, you know, they're just warming up. It was like oh, this is, you know, we're halfway through and they lost. That's not great. And it was a 2-0 loss, too. So even though Moist Moguls is still a strong team and they usually keep matches close, they're still just not as good as TSM. TSM is just stronger, in my opinion.
Those margins are incredible. Let's go back to the round win, round loss. First of all, that alone, that has to be the tightest margins out of any team, I think, in this entire event. Like, these margins are minuscule, tiny. But on to the second point, the clutches, right? Those clutches are what I call like inconsistent win conditions. It's not realistic to rely on one person or 2 people to consistently win you these 1v1s or 1vx's, right? Like, these are not, like, there has to be some rounds as a team where you are just checkmating the round. You're in a better position, you're securing your advantages, and rounds look clean, right? Like, you need to have this in your arsenal if you really want to challenge these top teams like TSM, like the Guard, like M80, whom you might be playing next. So I would like to see this margin being kind of improved by MXM, by Moist Moguls.
Yeah, and it's also important to note that if you look at teams with similar records, the numbers are close. They're not quite this high. Like, I'd say, I think it was Oxygen was at like 55% or 52%, where it's a clutch chance. Their odds of success actually far lower. So that is the praise part. That's good. The odds of the round happening is the part where it's a little bit of a critique. We want to see them find themselves better in the mid round so they don't end up in those situations to begin with, but it's the way they actually are able to get out of it that's actually quite impressive. And that's when you look at a player like a Proto, who's really been leading that category, who all career long, a Proto has been one of the better players in the clutch position, often fulfilling the Sentinel role. His Sheriff, Roy, oh my god, his Sheriff is so terrifying. We've seen that since VCT, since pre-VCT, even in the Ignition series.
As soon as I see a clip on Twitter with it starts off with a Sheriff in the Proto's hands, I know it's going to be something mind-blowing. So I can definitely see where you're coming from for sure.
Yeah.
I would like to say, though, for Moist Moguls, they are a super strong team, but I find them finding themselves in situations where it's not really advantageous. Like they're losing the early fights, they're losing a lot of the early advantages, and that's something that they need to kind of secure moving into this matchup. I do believe we have the map veto correct.
We'll be having that in just a second, but we will see what it's going to be. We're actually going to go ahead and throw things to a video real quick because we did have a chance to talk to the players, and the players have opinions that are often different from our own. Let's see what they had to say.
Moist Mogul, I actually think they're a team with a lot of potential. It's only a matter of time until they start kind of feeling loose in like the matches, especially when you're doing deep runs like this. I think the more matches you play, the more and more loose you get, and that's a big kicker for a lot of these teams because they end up playing a lot better, and they feel more comfortable. So I mean, they're a scary team when they're comfortable for sure. So that's just gonna be something that we're gonna have to work around, and we're gonna prepare correctly for.
Yeah, I think I'd put those guys probably like in the same boat as like G2. I think they're both like pretty similar skill level, and I think we're just like kind of like right there with them, like neck and neck. I think Kenpeki was like a super good pickup. Like obviously he's been like going off. He's like on elite probably is like the highest stats in the whole event.
Yeah.
So I think he's like insane. So I think they got better, but yeah, I think they're probably just like right equal to us and a couple other people just in the middle right now.
Like all these teams that are on the other side of the bracket have been scrim partners with us, so we know what to expect. Do we know what to just see when we play them in the match? Also, we got a lot of odds as well to look at. They're probably gonna have to cook things up and switch things, and we'll see. If they don't, then it might be a lot easier than we expect. But if they do switch things up, it'll be a good match.
They're pretty like passive team. I think they're a pretty defaulted team. So I mean, obviously this one will be a little slower, but I think it'll be a good matchup. I think the teams pair up well. So
I think TSM's X Factor is definitely Kenpeki. I think he's overall probably like the best player so far through the group stage. So I think he's done like an amazing job so far. So I think he would definitely be together. We have to look out for.
Yeah, I think it'd be mostly Sim, as I think he's probably like maybe not their best player, but he's definitely the one who fights the most and can just take over games by himself. So definitely be Sim.
I think our keys to success to beat them, just staying cool like always. We always stay cool, and then just making sure that everybody's like on point and everybody shows up and plays to their expectations and to everybody else's expectations on our team.
We just gotta play our own game. Just make sure our spacing's good. If they don't have any holes in their team, then that's kind of how our team is too. Like we like all have pretty good firepower. So I feel like us and TSM are a really good matchup.
I think just be consistent overall and just not making the small mistakes, because it really is kind of what causes maps.
I think this will
I wouldn't say it's
I think the TSM versus Disguised matchup is going to be closer than was closer than this matchup will be. That's how I think it is.
Just expect that it's not going to be easy. Maybe people overestimate how well that they're going to play against us. We've been underestimated a lot, so they should expect a pretty close game. And I think that we have a lot of things for them to look out for.
Message to Moist Mogul. I don't know, bro. Good luck, Ludwig. We'll see you in the gulag, brother. I don't know.
Good luck, Ludwig. I'll see you in the gulag. That's amazing. You know what? I think Thief, though, really hits the nail on the head. The thing that we've been saying all desk long for the series. It's going to be close. That's kind of been the Moist Moguls mantra. If you look back to the start of the group stages, even before they were Moist Moguls, when they were a breakthrough, they won their first game 14-12, 14-12, back-to-back overtimes against Oxygen Esports. That's just been the way that it's been, Em.
Yeah, I love these videos personally. I don't know about you guys, but I love getting the inside and the mind of what the players are thinking and how they're preparing going into the match.
Yeah.
And what TSM Corey said that really stood out to me was that their best chance at winning was to make the other team uncomfortable, to make Moist uncomfortable. And so I feel like this is going to give us an idea of how they're going to be going into this match. Maybe they're going to be trying to flood them with the retakes super fast, or rush to A to B, just making them uncomfortable, because like we all know, Moist is a team that's typically defaulty and more passive, so maybe this is going to be their counter strategy going into the game.
That, or they're going to go to their houses and play the match from their living room. That would also make them feel incredibly uncomfortable. Different strategy, definitely has a lot of logistical hurdles, but I could see it being a way to get into the mind of your opponent. Let's go ahead and take a look at our map picks and bans. We'll see how this series is going to shape up.
I am interested to see this. Ooh, Lotus from TSM. Moist Moguls did decently on Lotus. I believe they did have a chance to play on Lotus. Pearl from Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls had a really good Pearl in week 5. I forget who they were against. I just remember they played very well on it. And then the decider will be Haven. We did see TSM play against Disguised on Haven, and I believe Disguised won that map. I could be wrong. Or, no, I think TSM did take that map. If I remember correctly. But either way, TSM played well on Haven. And Moist Moguls, I think we've only seen play on Haven a few times, so could be very even. Not entirely sure what to expect on Haven, personally, but TSM picking Lotus, I think could be interesting for both teams. I think TSM's played very well on Lotus against both Disguised and the Guard. They beat the Guard on Lotus pretty badly. So definitely could see a pretty impressive performance from TSM on Lotus once again. And then we move over to Pearl, picked by Moist Moguls. Should see an impressive performance from Moist Moguls. I do think this will be a 2-1 victory from TSM. I expect to see that decider. I could just be completely taken aback and see Moist Moguls take it, but I do expect TSM to win this overall. But I think Moist Moguls has a good chance of winning Pearl, and I think we could see them win Pearl. It's going to be an even matchup, but again, I do think the more even matchup was TSM versus Disguised, and TSM took that. So I think TSM takes this against Moist Moguls, although they will both put up an excellent fight.
We'll be jumping into the first map to see who's going to be walking away victorious. Dust, Shift, what do you think about our second series of the day?
Nice. Really? Just eloquent.
Just kidding. I was going to sit there and say I was so flabbergasted I couldn't get the words out. But I don't understand how Bach is going to go off of Scrimbuck's intel to predict this series. But, I mean, any difference maker is a difference maker that we could maybe use, because there's not a lot separating these two teams like the desk had mentioned does.
Yeah, and there's two really particularly interesting things I'm looking forward to in this first matchup on Lotus. First of all, TSM's 2-0 on Lotus. They've beaten Disguised and they beat the Guard. And that was all a part of their turnaround process when they brought Kampeki on board. Meanwhile, Moist Moguls have only played Lotus twice. They've also won it 2 times against the Shopify Rebellion squad, as well as against FaZe in the final week of Split 1. So, you got 2 teams that are equally as comfortable on this map in theory. Then here's the other big thing. It's Corey versus Sim when it comes to first kills per round. Sim ranked number 2, Corey within the top 10, as well as Corey being within the top 15 in most other major categories when it comes to like fragging, damage dealing. Sim, meanwhile, is in the top 5 in most of those categories. So it's going to be very interesting to see like who has more impact, Sim or Corey. And particularly on a map like Lotus where they're both so comfortable. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a game, I think.
I think it's going to be a hell of a series, just for what it's worth. I think Pearl could be a lot of fun as well for map 2, and then it's kind of like gloves are off if we get to Haven for map 3, because we've seen both teams find some very significant success there. I think just as we're getting ready for Agent Select, though, I am going to be curious to see if we're going to get what we expect, which is a difference in duelists here between TSM and Moist Moguls, whereas for TSM, they've found a lot of success with the Raze. We kind of saw it in action versus Disguise. Although, to be fair, Disguise did put up a hell of a fight considering the success the Raze was being able to put together. Where on the other side, Moist Moguls have largely relied on their jet to do a lot of the entry power. So it's kind of an interesting dichotomy, because we talked a lot about this TSM squad last week, saying that as a full 5-man squad, they are executing on paper just as good as some of the other teams that are out there. But when it comes to like the mid and late rounds, some sloppy things happen and they can get clutched on, which is one of the major points that the desk also brought up for Moist Moguls.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other cool thing you could talk about is the supporting cast members of both of these teams, right? I mean, obviously, Kampeki comes in as this crazy new X factor for the team. I mean, this guy is, number 3 in KD, top 10 ACS and ADR. Like, he has hit the ground running joining this team midway through the season. And he was also a guy that struggled last year, but has made a huge turn.
All right, let's get into it. Enough talk. All right, TSM versus Moist Moguls. I say this every single series that's about to start, but I am very excited for this one. It could go either way. I still expect TSM to take it, and we're moving into Lotus, the map TSM picked, and a map TSM does well on, so I expect them to take this as well, but let's get into it. Proto picks Killjoy, GMD takes Omen, Thief takes Astra, Nature takes Viper, Sim takes Jet, Kenpeki takes Sky, Flya takes Viper, Seven takes Killjoy, Brock takes Sky, and Corey takes Raze. Pretty interesting. We're going to see Vipers for both sides. Double controllers for both sides. The Astra and Omen being a different pick. We see that often. Astra and Omen both have their strengths and pretty much do around the same as far as controllers go, but it's just about the difference in abilities. Both teams have a Sky. Both teams have the Killjoy. And the second difference we see is between the Jet and the Raze, just like the casters were talking about right before this started. Big point of contention. Is the Jet on Moist Moguls going to be better than the Raze on TSM? We'll see. Moist Moguls moves into the attacking on this attack-sided map, a map which we've seen to be very attack-sided, and we'll see if it continues to be here. And Moist Moguls on attacking first has a little bit of an edge. They're going to be... Looks like going to be leaning towards an A push. Of course, that spike is towards that B link, so if they need to rotate, they can. We get a jump peek from 7 to get a little bit of vision. And there's 3 of TSM ready for this A push. Up in rope. Sim peeks drop, but Nature ready for it. Just going to shut him down. So down a player already for Moist Moguls. 5v4. It's a little bit of a difficult retake here on A, so Moist Moguls in a little bit of a better position, but they've got a lot of angles to play from, and just going to be able to take sight. Brock going to take out GMD, though. Brock also going to be able to take out 7. Some good firing through that smoke there, going to give some good vision. So now it's a 4v3. The numbers are in the advantage of Moist Moguls. They're keeping them off, though. Nature going to take Brock out, so now it's a 3v3. Evening that player count. That spike's been tapped, and Moist Moguls does need to push and see what's happening. They know one's on it. They have to push aggressively. Corey going to be very good at denying it, and Nature going to finish them off. And first round goes to TSM. We'll play it on their defense. So the first pistol round goes to TSM, which should earn them another pistol round. That they finally get a pistol round. They lost 6 pistol rounds in a row against Disguised in week 5. So this week they were definitely trying to prove themselves that they actually can win pistol rounds, and they did it here. They broke the bad luck streak, and off of a pistol round they should be able to convert it into another round win. Moist Moguls just going to go for a save here. And it looks like Moist Moguls going to be challenging another A push. Flya. Sorry, no, all the players having to push through that smoke, making them all a little bit low. 7 going to do another jump peek, just like we saw previously, and get some good vision. So now going to back up, wait for his team. It looks like Flya maybe pushing out aggressively. Thief going to be able to take out GMD all the way over on C, and that gives TSM a little bit of scared movement. Nature going to be pushed up pretty aggressively. B, though, going to be able to take out Thief. Make it a trade, so it's a 4v4 now, and it looks like Moist Mogul's going to back up and move towards C, where they know they've taken a pick there. We do know Nature may be watching B, and they get that confirmation. Nature with the Sheriff, trying to find some good damage, isn't going to. Does take some damage himself, though, and Moist Moguls does look a little bit frantic as to where they're pushing. I mean, TSM did see them trying to cross over towards C, so now they have to sort of figure out where they want to push, and it looks like they're going to be pushing back towards A. 2 are defending it. Corey going to be able to take out Brock. The gun diff in the hands of TSM is paying off. It's 4v3 now. Proto pushed up very aggressively. Could have found the kill there, maybe if he had a different gun, but didn't. So Corey's going to take a Proto out, and now it's a 4v2. Down 2 players for Moist Moguls. They have to commit. They've got 15 seconds left. Now Spike's coming down. Spike's planted over on A. 2v4 though. Both players have a Sheriff. It's going to be a difficult post-plant, to say the very least. Trying to jiggle peek. They're going to find Sim, just take him out. No damage done. And Fly not going to be able to do any either. Going to get taken out by Kenpeki. And second round goes to TSM. A round they should have won. They did, as I always say. And Moist Moguls not really able to do very much good econ damage. Of course, when your enemy forces and is low on econ, you want to do econ damage. Moist Muggles wasn't really able to do that, but it's okay because they did save that round, so now they're going to be able to buy. The only one not able to full buy is the Proto. TSM just going to hold on to the guns they had, is what I would say if they were going to, but it looks like they're going to force, maybe? No, it looks like they are just going to hold on to the guns they had. They actually do give GMD the gun, even though I believe he was killed. The only player killed last round. Decided to give him that Bulldog. Kenpeki gonna sacrifice the gun and go for a Sheriff. We'll see if the gun diff matters. Moist Muggles does have better guns. They should win this round. We'll see if they're able to. TSM gonna push up very aggressively, looking for an early pick. Or maybe just that orb. Not going to find any contact as Moist Muggles is pushing more towards the C push. They're going to have to push both Nature with the Viper as well as the Killjoy Util. Sim pushed up, hoping to find an early pick. Able to get that turret down, and now TSM knows there's at least one looking at C. They don't know how many, though, quite yet, and that dog comes through to confirm there's at least two as that jet smoke comes out. Nature takes out Sim. That flash comes out. Nature just trying to shoot, prevent them from pushing through, and it's effective. Smuggle's now just going to push back. That Viper smoke is very effective at keeping TSM off, although Nature's pretty low on health, down to just 68. He's going to be able to find a good pick. Fly able to take out 7, but Nature in that position, a little bit of an off angle, able to take out Flya. Nature also able to take out Brock as Brock takes out Corey. Nature going to take out a Proto as well. He's looking for an ace, and he's going to find it. The ace for Nature. Going to win them that third round, a round which Moguls needed to win. They did not win. They had better guns there, and it did not pay off. They were not able to find the win. They were able to get a few kills, but when your opponent has just light bot and saved a little bit of econ, you want to fall this round, and they didn't get it, which means they're in a very bad position econ-wise. They're going to have to spend this round recovering, which should give TSM another round. That's going to be that fourth round. Now, this is TSM's map, but, you know, in the favor of Moist Muggles, you know, TSM should be doing better on this map. However, it's a little bit of an attack-sided map, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of it. It's a pretty attack-sided map, and so you'd expect Moist Muggle to be getting more of these rounds here, and they already lost one of the rounds they should have won, so Moist Muggles does need to figure out what they're doing, and it looks like they're going to be pushing for an A. TSM was reading a C push, maybe just going for that orb, but Moist Muggles is all the way over on A, and only one left to defend it. Quick rotate for Nature, though, over to A, and now the rest of the team going to have to spend quite a while getting over to A, which gives Moist Muggles time to push on. And 7 going to be able to take out Fly again. This is a save round for Moist Muggles. That spike goes down. Good for their economy to get that spike down on the save. And now they're just going to try and play post-plant. They've gotten the spike down pretty early, so they're going to have quite a good a good positional advantage here. They can sort of play wherever they want to. Turret gets taken down. They know some are coming in through drop. The flashes come out. The mollies come out. Sim going to be able to take out Kenpeki, and GMD going to be able to take out Brock. Flick over to take out Sim. Thief, meanwhile, takes out Corey, and now it's a 3v2. Spike gets tapped, but I believe there's a molly on that. Thief going to take out 7. There's not a molly on it. Proto going to take out GMD. That spike is coming down. Like I said, it got down early, and it paid off for TSM. Or sorry, for Moist Muggles, a safe round, and they won it, which means their econ is in a pretty good spot now. Although TSM was able to save quite a bit of money, so they're on those first 3 rounds, or 4 rounds of wins. I think 3, actually. So, their econ's in a pretty good spot right now. And as is Moist Muggles, although not all of TSM can buy. Most of them at good econ, not all of them. Whereas Moist Moguls, off of that save, which turned into a round win, they're going to force here. Or they're not going to force, actually. They're going to buy real guns, but light shields. That way they can conserve some econ. So that way if they lose this, they can force and try and push around. But and that's probably the best thing to do. You know, manage your econ well, play it safe, and that's what they're doing. Omen smoke comes down. It's going to create a one-way on that door. Well played. And GMD is just going to watch it. Moist Muggles is pushing for this orb. They're challenging it, and the wall bangs coming through from tree to try and prevent that orb from being picked up, but it does eventually get picked up. Takes a little while. That one way goes back up from GMD. He's out of smokes now, which means no smokes are going to be utilized. Thief, who is challenging C and B, looking for maybe an early pick, isn't going to find it, so it's still a 5v5. Time is ticking down to about 40 seconds for Moist Moguls, and TSM has a decent idea that they're A, and so they've got 3 leaning towards A, and that door gets opened once again, and another one way it comes out. That smoke came back up, but the Sky Ultimate's going to give some vision as to where TSM is posted. They know one's tree, and that Asher Util is going to force them out of good position. Thief going to be able to cash in, take out GMD. Meanwhile, Sim takes out Kenpeki. And now it's just down to Corey. Proto going to take out 7, who was trying to rotate. Still just down to Corey on site. Spike's going down. Corey able to take out Fly and Sim while Nature gets a kill as well. So now it's a 2v2. The Spike is down, though. Corey's still just alone on site. Nature trying to get there. Now stairs, trying to find some help. Able to take out Thief, but it traded off by Brock. So now it's a 1v1 between Brock and Corey, and Brock knows where Corey is. That grenade comes out, and now Brock definitely knows where he is. Corey really thinks he's still around stairs. He's not, though. He's pushed up a little bit further. And Corey's expecting Brock going to be able to take Corey out, and that round goes to Moist Moguls. And it turns out it was a good decision to save some of their econ there, because they did not survive with as many players alive as they probably hope, and so it was a good decision not to completely full buy there. So their econ's going to be in an okay spot. You do see them full buying here. Sim, of course, going for a stinger because he has his knives, so he doesn't need to buy. You're just going to conserve some econ there. And 4 ults in the hands of Moist Moguls, only 1 in TSM's hands in the form of Nature, which means Moist Moguls can use some of their ults, but they also know TSM can't buy this round. Actually, they could buy this round, they're just not. So that may have been a strategic decision by TSM to force some ults out from Moist Moguls. We already know that those jet knives are coming out, so it may have been useful. And most of TSM was actually all of TSM, except for 7, was pushing out B main. And that door opens as they know that a C push is happening. They're trying to rotate, and not going to be able to find any picks there, so they're trying to get over to C through that door. Thief going to be able to take out GMD, who is coming for that flank, so now it's 2v4. Just down to Corey and 7. Corey coming in through that door. They know where he is. 7 still CT. Nobody knows where 7 is, so no vision on him. And finally, they get some vision, but not going to be able to react in time. 7 going to take them out. Thief gets tired of Corey coming in through door, trying to shut him down, but isn't going to be able to. Gets taken out. Now it's a 1v2 for Corey, able to pick up a gun. Sim's gun is picked up. Corey trying to push in and get that clutch kill, but Brock flashes him. Going to be able to take him out. Not before taking quite a significant amount of damage, but that does mean Corey's ultimate is up. 4 ults were in the hands of Moist Moguls. Now 4 ults are in the hands of TSM. Now Moist Moguls only used one of their ultimates once they realized they didn't need to use anymore. They didn't. So they know TSM's probably going to be on a buy round now. Moist Moguls themselves are on a buy round, although they're once again going for a light shield rather than full shield. We'll see if that's useful, or if they're able to convert it into a round win. Last time they did this, it did work out. It looks like it's going to be an aggressive 4-man push out A main. We'll see if they're able to find some good picks with it. Kenpeki going to be able to take out Sim, so it looks like it was useful. Still no ults used from either team. Nature now using the Viper's Pit to force them off of A, so that way the rest of the team can start focusing more on B and C. Killjoy is useful on this map for the defense. You can lock down 2 of the sites at the same time. Both C and B are easy to lock down when you're on Killjoy. And like I said, that turret on B is going to help lock it down. And now they know there's at least 1 looking at B, but there's also 1 looking at C for Moist Moguls. 2 still on A for TSM, as well as 2 still on A for Moist Moguls. B site is cleared by Flya. And he's trying to push up aggressively and deny a push. Now, Flya does have ultimate if he just wants to ult on B and allow his team to get on. It's a 5v4, so Moist Moguls down here. The defender lockdown comes out, and they really want to win this round. Now, it is their buy round, so of course they want to use their ultimates. And that counter, Killjoy lockdown comes out to try and force Moist Moguls back. Flyer push out very aggressively. Gonna be able to take out Kenpeki all the way in attacking spawn. Sorry, in defense spawn. And now Fly's ultimate that we just talked about comes out. It's going to lock down B site. The Astral Wall comes out as well. Flash comes in from Brock to try and deny TSM, trying to retake. Nature going to shut down Flya, though, so that Viper's Pit is gone. Corey going to get flashed. TSM does have sight. Brock, though, going to take out Corey and GMD. Turns his attention to 7, taking him out. He's now going to have to face off against Nature. Nature's going to take Brock out, but Proto going to be there to trade it off. 2 players left alive from Moist Mogul. They take that round. It was a buy round from TSM. It was also sort of a buy round for Moist Moguls, but again, they did go for the light shield play there, and it paid off. Because they lost most of their players. Now, you do wonder, maybe if they had full shield there, would they have lost most of their players? Who knows? Either way, TSM's econ not in a great position still. They did need to win that. It was a full buy, and they didn't. So now their econ's in a little bit of a poor place. They do have a pretty bad losing streak, which means their econ gets a little bit of a boost, but still not great. And Moist Moguls going for a little bit of some weird buys. Again, just trying to conserve some of that econ. Sim goes for the operator, which means Moist Moguls definitely just trying to conserve some good econ. So not all of them going for full shield. I believe only Fly has full shield, so definitely trying to conserve it. 7, though, going to get hit in the feet by that operator. Now down to just 5 health. And that spike comes down. It tried to deny, but that Viper's Molly, but not going to really be able to do much damage. Sim going to try and dig them out with that op. Able to get a kill. Dashes the wrong way. Just going to get shot down. Corey going to take Sim out. 7 going to take a Proto out. And now it's a 4v3. TSM looking good here. Kenbecky able to take out Thief. Flya, though, taking out Kenbecky, 7 and Corey. Now it's a 1v2. Flya going to take out GMD. Just flick on him. 4 kills for Flya. Well played there. And a save round. It wasn't really a save round from TSM. It was a weird buy from them where they like sort of forced. Some of them saved, but because of that weird buy, they were expecting to win and they didn't, which means now their econ's not in a great place. Yeah, Fly was just there to shut down TSM there, and Moist Mogul's definitely trying to show TSM up. Now, again, like I said, it's an attack-sided map, so you do expect the attack to take the advantage going into the next half, and that's okay. TSM's okay with that. You should be okay with that. If you're on defense, you should be okay with the attacking, getting the advantage going into the next half. You just need to make sure that when you're on attacking, you're playing just as well as the enemy team was on attacking, if not better. We'll see if TSM's able to do that. Moist Mogul's going to be doing a C push here, and 7's already been taken out, which gives them free range, or free roam, I guess. Or, they can do whatever they want, essentially, over C. TSM's actually going to be going for 3-man flank. Nature takes out Thief, so now it's a 4v4. See how it's utilized here. Kenpecky's coming in through Waterfall, and he may actually catch them off guard, but he decides to flash, and that gives them knowledge on where he is, but doesn't matter. Kenpecky's going to be able to take out a Proto, and that gives TSM the player advantage. Sim going to be able to take out Nature, though, and they're pushed up in the smoke, and Moist Moguls not ready for it. GMD going to be able to take out Sim and Brock, and now it's just down to Flya in a 1v3, and it works out, able to take out GMD, Corey, and Kenpecky for that clutch. Well played there. I know the analysts or the analysis, the analysts were talking about how well a Proto does in clutch situations, but it seems like Flya wants to prove he's gonna be that clutch king, hold down those clutches, and he's doing it. Well played there from Flya. It's going to scare them another round, and it looks like they're playing very, very safe with their econ. Especially considering even when they do win, they're losing quite a few of their players. It's not a bad idea to just prioritize having guns over having shield. Whereas you see it at TSM just going for these full buys. And we'll see if it pays off now. They're on another full buy. TSM will probably take a timeout if they lose this round. Sometimes, it can be easy to forget that timeouts are a feature of the game. But they are. Especially concerning how many timeouts were used in the previous series, which was very few. So it is easy to forget that there are timeouts, and but like I said, TSM will probably use it here. on this next round. If they lose this one, we'll see though. And that Viper's pick comes out. Flya once again has it up very quickly. That's what you get when you are clutching so many rounds or getting that many kills, as Flya has been able to. Ooh, shooting through the smoke. Kampeki's going to be able to take out Brock. TSM already got 3 kills, and now it's not looking great. Only 1 kill so far, now 2, and not going to be able to convert it into 3. Now, he's no Flya, not going to be able to clutch that up. But the spike is down, so it does count as a clutch. And, gonna go off, which means Moist Moguls gets another round. That buy round was lost by TSM. I would expect them to take a timeout here. I don't know why they wouldn't. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, well played from Moist Moguls so far. I'm honestly impressed. It looked like TSM was gonna dominate this this map just off of those first 3 rounds, and then Moist Moguls just said, "All right, my bad," and stepped it right back up. I mean, just look at Flya's play already, able to get a 4K and then a 3K to clutch, and just well played here so far from Flya. Going to be challenging Brock for that top frag, and Flya's not even a duelist or or an initiator. He's on controller. It's not out of the picture, but on Viper it's a little bit surprising. Though Nature for TSM is top fragging, more kills than both Brock, more kills than all of the Moist Moguls players. But then you look down at the rest of his team, and you start to see why they're not performing as well. Corey doing pretty well, but then Kempeki with only 6, GMD with only 5, and then 7 with only 4. You don't really want one carry. You want all of your players to be playing well consistently, and TSM can't find that. Moist Moguls doesn't really have that too much either, but you look at those kill differences, and it's only 2 kill differences in between the players that do have differences. Both Brock and Fly have the same amount of kills, and then it's 2 between Fly and Thief, 2 between Thief and Sim, 2 between Sim and a Proto. A little bit different there for TSM. I can't look at the exact numbers now. We're moving into round 11. And it looks like TSM is forcing, which is an interesting choice. If they lose this, they won't be able to full buy next round either. So, they're looking for a win here, but I don't know if it'll convert to a win. We'll see. And that Viper's pick comes out on B to deny a push from the Moist Moguls. But TSM is mostly stationed up over on A, which denies a push onto A from Moist Moguls. But they're just going to take that as a cue to go through B link and push into B. They're able to just shoot through that smoke and hope Nature's not there. Nature does push out, but Brock going to be there to deny Nature's attempt at forcing them off. Kempeki going to take out a Proto, but Fly going to trade it off. So player advantage is in the hands of Moist Moguls, and now they're turning their attention back towards A. Unfortunately for TSM, 7. All of his util's been taken down. So now that the spike's over, Brock's just going to be able to plant. Thief going to be able to take out GMD. Thief's lurks through C and B have been very effective, and we see it effective once again. 2v4 now for TSM. It's going to be difficult. Corey does have that operator, but see if Fly just going to flick over to 7 like it was easy. Now Corey's all alone in a 1v4. He may just want to save the operator. Already their econ's not going to be great next round, and looks like that's what he's doing, hoping to get a pick. Not going to find it, though. He wallbangs Brock, and that's not going to kill him. And Moist Moguls is chasing him down. Corey's ready for the door, but now he's going to get pushed and pinched, and Thief going to take Corey out as Corey misses that shot. 4 players left alive for Moist Moguls. We're moving into the last round of this half, and Moist Moguls has done very well. I'd say a good amount of rounds to get when you're on defense on Lotus would probably be 4 or 5. It's possible to, win 3-9 or 2-10, but it's, a 4-8 would be a solid amount, and that's what TSM would want here. They did force that previous round, so their econ's not going to be great here, but they do have to force here. There's not another round, so... Alright, we'll see. I mean, the gun diff is in the hands of Moist Moguls. We'll see if it ends up carrying through. And Whereas Moguls making their presence known on C, the Asher Wall comes up as well to help with C, but they may just want to back up towards maybe B or A. They have time, and they're not super committed to C. They're not in a position where they have to. That door opens up, the dog comes out, and they're going to find out nobody's really deep in A, and off of that, TSM actually backs up off of C. Bad choice. Most Moguls is still on C. That dog didn't find anyone, but it doesn't matter. And now that lockdown is going to come out from a proto, and that Viper's Molly just barely misses. They can actually push through that. If that smoke comes up, I mean, Nature does have to move. Nature does have to move. He's going to get detained, and now nobody's there to watch. See? Moist Moguls can just push in. And meanwhile, though, GMD does take out Thief. Thief, who was lurking very hard, trying to flank. Nature does finally get shut down, but he does take out Flya first, so it's a 4v3 now. Sim does have that operator. I believe they picked it up. Ooh, gonna push out aggressively into CT, but it's not gonna pay off. The rest of his team follows, but seeing that kill, they did get quite a bit of vision. Rock gonna take out 7, but it's traded off, so now it's a 1v3. TSM very good at playing their numbers. Proto gonna be able to take out GMD, but they're just gonna try and greet him. Able to. Corey's gonna take a Proto out. Now they're just gonna go for the defuse, and they should have it. They do. 4-8, like I said, a good amount of rounds. And that's the amount of rounds you probably want to be aiming for, so TSM should at the very least hope to be able to get it to a 12-12 on their attacking. But we'll see. We'll see if Moist Moguls is able to put up a good defense, even on a map like Lotus, where it's pretty attack-sided. The reason it's attack-sided is because it's hard for defense to rotate easily, which means if, the players holding down a site get taken out, you now have to wait quite a while before the rest rotate over. It looks like we're in a tech pause. But we'll say, TSM putting up a very good fight. I mean, look at Nature. I almost feel bad for him. Nature and Corey both playing very well, and actually better than both of Moist Mogul's top frags. But Moist Mogul is playing really well consistently. I talk about this a lot, but it really matters how well your team is playing consistently. And you look at the top three frags for Moist Moguls, and it's 12, 12, 10. So they're playing pretty well consistently. I mean, then you look at Sim and Proto, and they're both 6-6, but that's still consistently playing, even from those two bottom frags. And they both have the same amount of deaths, too. So even on those players who aren't performing as well for Moist Moguls, they're still playing consistently. It is, sure, a 4-kill difference between Thief and Sim. But you look over at TSM, and they're pretty much all over the place. It's 17, and then a 4-kill difference down to 13, and then a 6-kill difference down to 7. Then the 7s are tied, and then 3 kills down to 4 for 7. So you see some very big differences in kills for TSM. So even though Nature and Corey are both playing better than Moist Mogul's two top frags, it really matters that your entire team is playing well consistently, because that's what you need. You need all of your players to be playing at the same level and at that top level. TSM hasn't really been able to find that. That being said, though, it's a defense-sided map. So, it's an attack-sided map. So this sort of inconsistency on defense is expected because, whichever players are getting pushed the most are going to end up being in the majority of those engagements. And so that's why you're going to find a little bit of less consistent kills on the defense. So we'll see if TSM's able to turn it around and start playing more consistently when they switch sides. But we will have to wait and see. It looks like we may be waiting for a while. I guess
that's what I think makes Moist Moguls really fun to watch, is that they're strong in ways that other teams are not.
I guess
we were watching over M80 in the guard. We thought that
what's it called? The timeout made some of them mad, and they broke their computers. So we'll see what's happening with that. Let me see actually if the chat knows it all. What the heck?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh.
I mean, while TSM are certainly have a struggle this game, first off, they had a heck of a split. I mean, they went 4-1. They won their last 3 games in a row, and Kanpeki was on board again. Kanpeki has been Just a huge
Um,
stats leader in so many categories, and Corey is not too far off. I mean, he's within the top 15 of almost
a
every
little bit of a
category
longer
when
tech
it comes
pause.
to fragging and damage dealing. He also was very high up there in the first kills per round, and you know they kind of talked about it on the desk. It's like with Campeki coming in, it meant so many different things. Like not only did it bring them a strong player in the initiator role, but it seemed to facilitate Corey more. His stats started to bump up.
Yep.
You got Kamal slotting back into a controller role that he's probably more comfortable with. His production's gone up. He's also taken on the in-game leadership, and for someone
It's like not
not had that
nothing yet as far as what's
I think what
happening.
TSM's been able to put together is quite impressive, and certainly it showed in their results at the end of the split. And even within this map, while they're down 4-8, there were so many moments where they looked like they were breaking through on their retake.
Agreed.
It's just there was a hero play from Moist. It was I think it was Flya twice in a row, and then Thief had a clutch as well.
All right, it looks like that tech pause is lifted. Let's get back into it.
And so
Getting a little bit hungry, if I'm honest, but that's okay. We'll move. I'll push through that. Do have a long series ahead of us, is what it looks like. Again, TSM able to find 4 rounds when they're on the defense is pretty good. Now, 2 of those were the pistol rounds, so they weren't doing great, but able to, or actually 3 of those were those first 3 rounds, and they finally found one at the end. So, not great from them, but it should be decently good from them now. And it'll be easy-ish for them to come back, especially on an attack-sided map. Although Sim able to take a GMD right off the bat is going to make it easy for them. It's going to make it easier for Moist Moguls to start to win this pistol round. Though Brock does take quite a bit of damage. Viper Molly comes out. Moist Moguls does suspect a push on to A from TSM. 7 going to take Fly out, and that confirms that the Sentinel is over on A, so it's probably an A push. 7 going to also take out a Proto. Now the player advantage is lost, and so is that tie for Moist Moguls. Brock's still low on health as well, and Nature just going to take Brock out. A little bit of a, not even an off angle. They just don't check it. Thief going to take Nature out. Thief also going to take Kenpecky out, so now it's a 2v2. Health not great for either side. Spike's going to get tapped. It's been down for a little while. 7 going to be able to take out Thief. Sim going to trade it off, and now she's down to Sim and Corey in a 1v1. And that right click is coming out. He picks up the classic to go for another right click. He sees the reload happening, able to take Corey out. Just trying to play a good post plant, but they're not going to be able to stall for long enough. That spike's going to get defused, and the first pistol round goes to Moist Mogul. Good for them. You know, they got a good advantage going into this half off of that attacking, you know, on an attack-sided map. So winning this pistol round is big for them too, because they should be able to secure another round off of that. So even if once we get to the normal rounds, normal as far as econ, even if we can get to that point, TSM should, Moist Moguls should have a good, decent advantage. Although, as I speak, TSM is forcing this round. We'll see if it actually does pay off. We've seen a force quite a bit on Lotus for the attacking. And I think Moist Moguls even forced on the attacking, and it didn't actually pay off for them. They lost that, so we'll see if TSM's force will pay off for them. Proto gonna get spotted watching tree by that dog, and get forced back, and Moist Mogul, TSM just gonna push them. Ooh, Brock and Fly each able to get some kills. Fly gonna get 2 though, and 7 takes Fly out, and that evens the player count, so it's a 2v2. Push has been somewhat denied, not really. TSM does have sight if they just want to get to planting. Becky getting ready, but they want to clear top first, and they can't. Thief gonna take Campeki and 7 out with that Guardian. Turns out forcing was not the right move for TSM, and now Moist Moguls be in a decent position. Although TSM did good econ damage to Moist Moguls, you know, they forced, took quite a bit of kills, so now their econ's not great. They're probably just going to try and light buy, although Proto is forcing. Light buying here, so that way they can try and maintain some econ momentum. Only 2 of them survived that previous round. And you saw Moist Moguls play very safe with their econ on their attacking, and it usually paid off, so we'll see if they continue to play safe with their econ on defense. Although they may choose to just play more aggressively. Now TSM, because they did force that previous round, has to save this round. That way they can buy in the 4th round of the half, but not going to be looking great for them on this 3rd round. Should just go to Moist Moguls easily, but we'll see if it does. That bird comes out to clear that smoke, and just going to be able to kill off that. Nature's able to take out a Proto, but kills have just been given and given. And now it's a 1v4. Sim's down to 1 health, but so is Corey, and well, Corey's down to 4, but it doesn't matter either way. Brock just gonna head tap Corey, and regardless of how much health he has, and that's it. That round goes for Moist Moguls. They've gotten some good, solid round momentum, some decent econ momentum. I mean, they're probably gonna save this round, or at the very least just buy shield and not force any gun buys here.
It's this round. Yeah, I mean, this is last chance saloon for them. They do have the lockdown available, so that gives them a little bit more utility to put into play on trying to control the site early.
See if that's what happens. The flash comes out.
Test the waters early there with the guiding light. Again, another big heavy commitment and resources for C aggression.
Sim may go further than this. Holding onto the guiding light again. This comes across the corner, and Sim tries to peek it. Maybe there's going to be an extra forward play. It'd be really risky.
Alright.
The layers on this, if TSM swing it, are going to be...
Early engagement out C does not pay off for Moist Moguls. TSM going to get all 3 aggressive pushers. No trades given for Moist Moguls, which means player advantage very much so in the hands of TSM. Up 3 players. It's 5v2. Moist Moguls not in a great spot now. It's going to be a difficult retake. And Fly is shooting through that smoke, which is going to make his position immediately known. And just going to have to peek through that dry lead. Don't have any good flashes or anything like that. It's going to be difficult. And it looks like a Proto's now going to be going for the save. Probably a good choice. Their econ's in a good spot, but of all of their econ, of all of Moist Moguls' econ, and Proto definitely in the worst spot. So, just going to get this little setup to watch A, chill out and go for this save. And I don't think Moist Moguls is going to be looking to deny it. They full bought this round, which means if they lose even a player, their econ's not in a great spot, but yeah. So econ-wise, I'm just not going to be in a great spot, regardless of how many players they lose. So, just going to try and keep them all alive and start to build some good econ momentum. A Proto just hiding in tree. It looked like GMD was looking maybe to just find an easy pick, but not going to find it. And Moist Moguls up 11-5. It was 11-4, so TSM starting to try and climb out of it. And like I said, it's an attack-sided map, so now that they've started to build up some momentum, maybe they can turn it into some rounds. The Moist Moguls going very heavy on the spending there. We'll see if they're able to turn those into some rounds. The Odin comes out on Brock, probably to watch, maybe just... I was going to think maybe tree for those wall bangs through the door, but I'm not really going to find it. That operator's out C and backed up by Thief and going to shoot that turret down to deny some vision, but it looks like TSM's going to be focusing more of their attention towards B and maybe actually moving towards A. Nature looking for some early aggression, C, early vision, but Sim's pushed up, but not going to push up any further, it looks like, just going to wait. And Nature's probably doing the right thing, not going to push it. We see lots of jump peaks, C and B looking for some engagement. And now Sim is backing up off of C. And TSM's actually moving towards B. There's a little bit of early engagement on A. That gave Moist Moguls the thought that maybe it's a B push. Or sorry, an A push. And TSM knows that Moist Moguls is starting to probably rotate towards A. And now they're pushing B. The bird comes out, and it's going to alert Moist Moguls that it is, in fact, a B push. The Odin comes out to just spam through the smoke. Not going to find a kill, though. Do a little bit of damage to 7, but it's nothing meaningful. And now that Spike's going to go down, I'd imagine the lockdown will come out as well. GMD going to be able to take out a Proto, and now the Player advantage is in the hands of Moist Moguls. Kentucky going to take out Thief. Fly going to take out GMD, though. It's a 4v3. But that lockdown is out. So now the time is ticking, and it looks like Moist Mogul just going to go for the save. Probably the smart thing to do. I mean, 2 ults have already been used by TSM. You probably just want to back up. Let him take this one when you're forcing this much econ as well. Just save it. 3 players left alive with guns is not bad by any means. Maybe looking for a pick. Corey gonna get taken out by the spike. Looking maybe for a pick, not gonna find it. 6-11 the score. So TSM starting to get some of those rounds up. Good for them. Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls in a decent spot still. They did force that round and lost, but 3 other players were still alive, so they all still have decent guns and decent shield, but gun advantage as well as the shield advantage going to be in the hands of TSM. This momentum they needed to start building, they are. We'll see if they're able to carry this momentum through.
Moist Moguls really haven't had a chance to do much with their full purchases yet, just due to the fact that they kind of gave away one round, and that last one, like you mentioned, the layering of the Viper's Pit and the lockdown didn't really give them a chance. So this one may kind of spell out what we could expect this half.
So I'm gonna get a little bit of vision A, not really. Not gonna see anybody, but they know where people aren't, which helps them push up a little bit. Now the wallbang trying to come through from Brock with that Odin, not gonna find any contact though, and TSM's actually gonna start pushing B, and that Odin comes through once again, gonna take out Nature this time. We'll see if anybody else pushes it. They do, and not gonna be able to find a pick. Corey takes out Brock, but meanwhile Flya takes out GMD, so it's a 3v4. Player advantage in the hands of Moist Mogul. Sim gonna get a kill on Corey. 7 was trying to aggress him and take him out, but it doesn't pay off. He's gonna take out 7. Kempeki's there to trade it, but Flya gonna trade that one off, so that round does go to Moist Mogul. They're just gonna be able to defuse the spike. So Moist Mogul to secure 12 rounds. This is TSM's chosen map. This is the map TSM chose. So, you know, TSM's definitely a little bit upset that they're losing this one, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe they're more practiced on Pearl than we realize. Maybe, maybe not.
I think the one thing that you have to start figure is if Brock is going to start spraying down with the Odin, you have to know he's holding the cross corner onto that.
TSM taking a timeout. Smart thing to do. They need to win 6 rounds in a row to secure that timeout. Oh, sorry, to secure that overtime. And they're just going to use their second timeout now. I believe Disguised did not use their second timeout last series in the previous series on either map. They used one in the first half, and then I don't think they used any in the second half because well, they were always down so many rounds. But DSM is up just enough that timeout's going to be useful, and you do get another timeout in overtime. I believe you get a timeout every round in overtime. Like every round that overtime goes, every 2 rounds, I think. It's like every new section of overtime, essentially, you get another timeout. I believe is how it works. I'm not entirely sure. Moist Mogul still has timeouts, 2 timeouts to use. So if TSM starts to gain some ground, Moist Moguls can just like use a timeout to try and shut them down. You know, figure out okay, how are they just gaining some ground? Let's prevent them from continuing to do that. So Moist Moguls is in a pretty good spot. TSM's on they were able to conserve some good econ, so going into what needs to be a 6-round win streak, their econ's in a good space. Thief's gonna take out Nature, but it's immediately traded off, and now they're trying to greed for another pick. Corey, though, gonna be able to find 2 more kills, make it a 3-kill total. So they deny any early aggression from Moist Moguls. TSM gonna put themselves in a good spot. And now they're just going to run over to A. Unfortunately for them, though, Moist Moguls is sort of prepared for that.
Success rate on the C push has been null. It hasn't really worked out for them when they try to commit heavy numbers there. So I imagine they'll probably get away from that next round. But in the meantime, TSM will bask in the glory of what just took place. 4v2 situation with the spike going down here at A. But, oh, Flya making it more possible now.
I would Guama just completely blindsides him. Campeki gonna try to clear over through ramp. No one home, and there will be no one home for a while. Sim's
3v1 now. Sim all alone. A site taken very easily, and Sim just gonna save this operator. Good choice. Moist Moguls has so much room to save, so they should use it. I imagine if I imagine if TSM wins the next few rounds in a row, that's when Moist Moguls takes a timeout. Again, they haven't used a single timeout yet. They had the advantage going into this half, and they've been able to utilize that advantage. And now they're at that 12th round, so they're not going to lose this half. So at the very least, they've secured overtime. TSM going to push for that 12th round. And I do think it's possible TSM is able to get there. It's an attack-sided map. They've got some good econ momentum. And they don't have a whole lot of ultimates right now. Moist Moguls has 4. And again, when you do pick Omen, you're pretty much saying, I care more about his util than having a good ultimate, because Omen's ultimate is just not super useful, famously. I don't know if anybody... I don't know if I've ever seen a really well-utilized Omen ultimate in pro play. It just doesn't really happen. In lower elo, you can sort of just teleport behind them and they won't realize, but in pro play, it's hard for you to get away with a good Omen ultimate. The only good use is, your teammate drops the spike, you run over to the other site, and then you just pick it up, but... yeah, so it's not going to be super useful for TSM. They do have that Raze ultimate, which Corey's looking to use. Oh, if he had fired it drop, he would have been able to get a pick, but they just assume drop is clear. Fly are going to be able to take out 7. The util comes through to try and force Fly out, but it's not going to. Fly then going to be able to take out GMD and Corey. Brock, meanwhile, going to take out Nature, and Brock going to take out Kenpeki as well, and that round goes to Moist Moguls. They've secured Lotus. They've secured the first map and Lotus, which was TSM's pick. So now we're moving over to Moist Moguls' pick on Pearl. So it's not looking good for TSM. Or sorry, yeah, for TSM. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what Ludwig has to say. Of course, as soon as I refresh, it loads.
Pearl and Lotus are my favorite maps, actually. Yeah. You know what? Nobody plays Icebox, I've noticed. Like, nobody.
People don't like it too much.
What's the reason behind Icebox?
I think most pros don't like it.
For like, yeah, but like you have better insight than that, surely.
All right. Well, yeah. So this first map goes to, I guess, no reaction. Again, you don't really want to react until the end, but yeah. So far, well played from both TSM and Moist Moguls, but Lotus picked by TSM did not go to TSM. So now we're gonna move into a situation where could we see it possibly going to a 2-0 for Moist Moguls? I said it's probably going to be a 2-1 from TSM, but Moist Moguls wins on TSM's chosen map, and now we're moving into Moist Moguls' chosen map, which is, I said probably the one map they're going to win is Pearl, and then they won Lotus, so now I'm thinking maybe they could just take Pearl and take the whole series.
We'll see who's able to play the cleaner second map. It's going to be Pearl, another fun one for us as we send things off to the break, and the desk is back to give us our reactions and our setup. Don't go far.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, to say the very least. We can go ahead and close that. Let's take a look at any of the clips we have. I also still have one thing we can do if we get through these clips and still stuff going on.
Flyer, though, gets the follow-up, but a great angle from Nature to respond, keeping his team out in front.
Oh, Nature just changes it up again now on 3 kills. Give him 4 off the reload. Could he possibly get the ace? It's Thief on the corner. Shots are good. Give him all 5. And the
that ace was sort of me thinking, all right, TSM's just going to dominate Lotus. And then that's not what happened.
Vantage working through the forfeited operator, but Fly on the corner. Fly is going to get 3 off the cross and then turns behind. Takes care of Guama.
Fly, I played really well. We're going to see this now too, probably. Isn't it?
Just down to Fly for the 1v3. On the corner, deals with 1 and the second, and give him all 3.
Yeah, I mean, Fly had a really, really good game, to say the very least. Um, yeah, that ace happened really early from nature, and I was like, all right, you know what, Moist Moguls, they're gonna just get rolled through. Not at all what happened. Moist Moguls was just able to say, all right, you know what, yeah, sure, and then they just took it back. And sure, TSM was able to find some good footing, moving into when we switched sides, when TSM was on attacking, but they just weren't able to take advantage of an attack-sided map, and they really needed to. Um, but yeah, so we can already see M80 moved up here. So I was expecting TSM to win this, but we may not see that, which is a little bit unfortunate, because that means Disguised and Moist Moguls probably won't play against each other. But we may also, at that point, what this may mean is that TSM plays Disguised once again. We may just see a TSM versus Disguised matchup. That'll be interesting. I believe that game would be to start off next week, if I'm not... No, yes. Yeah, it would start off next week. So it could be another Disguised versus TSM rematch, which honestly, I think, just like I thought TSM versus Disguised may go either way. I still think that. But like I said, I thought the Disguised versus TSM matchup in week 5 is the closest. It was one of the closer matchups between TSM and any other team. But Moist Moguls has surprised me, able to just say, you know what, these Group B guys, they're not all they're chalked up to be, and they've been able to perform pretty well against TSM. I mean, just taking one map is impressive against TSM, and I expected that, but they took TSM's chosen map, so now we could be looking at Moist Moguls taking another map and possibly 2-0ing TSM. I said we were probably going to see the decider. I still think that. I think TSM now, in between these games, has a little bit to work on, and now they're just going to come back and be like, all right, you know what? You beat us on our map, we're just going to beat you on yours. We'll see if that is what ends up happening. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what the analysts have to say.
Our second match of the day is live here for day 1, and it is Moist Moguls and TSM tangling up on the first map, but Moist Moguls do end up coming away with the victory. But it was not without the one thing we said we were going to see a lot of here. Roy, we saw back-to-back-to-back major clutches just in that first half, multiple clutches across the series, but it was exactly what we expected to see coming into it.
Bog, I think you actually might be a genius, but you just don't give yourself any credit because you literally called this like word for word. I think you actually might just be the scriptwriter yourself, to be honest.
Don't tell them.
I'm sorry. I won't. But you're absolutely right, though.
Thanks.
The first half was a really strong start by TSM. We can't deny that. They came out super strong. Nature was popping off up till round 4. They get thrifted. Things begin to change. Moguls win 8 in a row after that, Bog. 8 in a row. And that was not even within those 8 rounds. It was like clutch. This person 1v3, this person 1v2, this person 1v4. It was like clutch. Always clutches. And it wasn't until the second half that's where things became a little bit more decisive for Moguls.
Yeah, I mean, there was one point when we saw them kind of turn things around. You mentioned it. It was a clutch in an eco where they basically denied the defuse with a pistol, playing off of a smoke very creatively. They end up only getting 1 kill out of the 2 remaining, but they stopped the defuse. That's all that mattered. Then we see a Fly a 4K clutch. We see a Fly, that was in a 2v4, a Fly a 3K clutch. That's a 1v3. Then we see a Thief clutch in a 1v3 post plant where they deny the defuse again with the Astra utility and then basically get 1 kill. But at that point, the damage has already been dealt. It was, though, the battle of the Vipers here, Em, as we saw Flya and Nature both popping off. Flya, obviously, a direct result of the hard work that Flya was doing. I'm pretty sure Flya had an ace in this. They have 4K, 3K, a very strong game coming in from both players. But Nature was definitely doing everything they could for TSM.
I agree. Both Vipers were playing beautifully, and I'm very impressed with how Moist played on the attack. Nature did have an ace in the 3rd round of the bonus, which was a beautiful one that we saw. Yeah, it was very clean. Loved it, and I think Moist played exactly what we expected them to play. They were very passive, defaulty. They almost essentially had two parts of taking an area. They would control an area like long C or the rubble, and then the second part was being very cautious of the utility that TSM still had, was baiting it out, not running into traps or anything like that, because TSM was playing a little bit more
Yeah.
defensively, but expected with their comp, as we were talking about earlier. It wasn't until the sixth round where 6 rounds in, where TSM tried to do a different pace of getting aggression. They did get the pick, but they still lost the round, as we mentioned, 8 rounds in a row after they lost Thrifty round on round 4.
Taking a look at the map picks and bans, we'll see where we're going to be going next, but it is important to note out that the first map of Lotus was TSM's pick. We had talked about it as well. Moist Moguls, not necessarily the team to come up with very big wins, and it was looking like they might get one. Now, this is not to say 13-7 isn't a large margin. It's definitely sizable. That's the best performance we saw from them in the group stages, and it happened in the final week against FaZe. Other than that, it's been like 13-9, 13-10, 13-11, 16-14. It's been a lot of overtime wins for this team as well. So now that we move to Pearl here, Em, you have to assume that Moist is in a really good position to potentially take this series 2-0 when we expected a 3-mapper.
I agree. I feel like we could sense the vibes and the energy that was going on, and the communication was beautiful. Even when the round was looking a little dim for them, they were able to clutch it through like we had predicted. And I think they're going to play the same way going on to Pearl, taking their time, make sure they're playing together, baiting out utility, and essentially just overwhelming TSM on their retakes.
We'll see if that's what's going to be the case or not here, as TSM are now behind this, as they've let their first map slip into the hands of Moist Moguls, and now they move into Pearl, which is uncomfortable territory as it is Moist's pick. We'll see if Moist is going to come in with that same fervor, especially in the clutch situations, or if TSM is going to force us to a third map in the series. Casters are standing by. We've got Dust and Shift. It's all yours.
Right.
Yeah, this is a really curious map that gets into the fold here because, like you guys are talking about, Moist Moguls select it. They're going to feel very confident on it, and their improvement playing Turtle Troop to then finishing off their season playing FaZe Clan was very markedly different. But on the other side, this is one of the maps that TSM were able to surprise the guard on. So there is a little bit of wiggle room here to where you maybe look at TSM and say, okay, let's go back to what we did versus that guard squad back in week 3. Try to echo those same things that we had go well for us and get back into the series immediately.
I mean, actually, it goes back even further than that when it comes to success for TSM. I mean, not only did they beat the guard in week 3 of the split, they also beat the guard in the grand finals of the Ludwig Tarek Invitational. And honestly, the core of this team are 5-1 on this map when you also take into account the freeze out tournament that they played in. Granted, that was against a little bit lesser opposition. They did also have a loss to Sentinels in that Ludwig Tarek Invitational as well. So you got to take that with a little bit of a grain of salt.
Yeah.
But again, a track record of success, though it didn't come easy, right? Both games against the guard that they won throughout the course of this year went into multiple overtimes to get the job done. Meanwhile, with Moist, it is just that one win against FaZe that we have to go off of that, you know, we can see that they have the ability to play the map well. But again, I just think about the identity of Moist generally and seeing how they could apply that to really any map, as long as they put the prep work in. So I think it should be a fun matchup for sure.
I think, again, just to kind of really hit it out of the park here, the trends and narrative points that we were building out throughout Lotus could very well still exist in a map like Pearl 2 with how much focus that really both teams have showcased through the middle of the map, especially in that TSM guard game. There was a lot of that at the backhand of Fade utility, kind of getting TSM a chance to play through mid. So that would be, again, the expectation here. I don't see TSM doing too much to change their composition, but in terms of agent differentials, once again, we kind of look towards the preference for a Jet comparatively to now Moist Moguls, who are going to be pulling out likely the Rays. They've played it in both the instances that they've had a chance to get on the map. So, you know, I think that this is another kind of interesting battle between Corey and Sim that we're likely going to see kind of.
All right, let's get into it. Very excited about this matchup. This map, especially right now, is going to be very interesting, just to see how these two teams decide to play. And let's get right into the agents. Like, Nature's going on Harbor, very interesting. Flya on Viper 7 on Killjoy, Thief on Astra, Kenpeki on Sky, Porto on Killjoy, Corey on, sorry, Jet, Brock on Sky, GMD on Astra, and Sim on Raze. Okay, so this is interesting. Nature on Harbor versus the Flya on Viper. Now, I do think having an agent that can produce a wall is useful. However, then you got to look at the other abilities that Harbor has versus the other abilities that Viper has. And I think Viper's abilities are just a little bit more useful on Pearl, just being able to flush out those corners. Versus Nature, I mean, he's good for getting that plant. If your goal is to just go B every time, Harbor's got you. But beyond that, it's sort of a little bit of you know, you're not going to really find that. It's like a little bit of a tech pause. You'd think if you're going to have a technical difficulty, you do it before the match starts. But it looks like we're coming back now.
Whereas for Moist Moguls, just to kind of talk about their strengths on this map in particular,
And yeah, I do expect this to. I mean, I said like if there's a map Moist Moguls was going to win going into going into this series, it was going to be Pearl, and they won the first map, so I still expect them to win Pearl now. But I do think it's also very possible TSM takes this, and we still go to that decider. Corey going to be able to take out Thief. It's traded off by a Proto because it was a little bit of an aggressive 4-man push out of B main from Moist Moguls. 7 being the only member of TSM not going through main as well, was going mid, peeks that B link and knows what's happening there.
Not fully committed as TSM will gather up as a unit and go art together, looking to maybe just swarm and trade. Although we already have seen
And now it's a 4v4, but GMD is very low on health. 7, a little bit low on health, but overall the health advantage can be in the hands of Moist Mogul. And TSM now going to have to figure out how they want to push this. That Harbor orb comes down, but it's just broken, so a bit of useless util there. The wall comes up. It's useful in getting TSM on site and prevents that vision from Secret and Dugout. Brock coming in through CT, gonna have to encounter some turbulence. Fly gonna take out Nature while 7 takes out Brock. Trade's going off, but overall, Moist Mogul is not going to be up a player, so it's just down to TSM in a 1v2. Able to take out Sim, who is just going to stick that defuse. Pop Flash comes out. Ooh, and you're able to just sit behind there and get that defuse off, so Kapeki's going to have some trouble finding Flya. Gonna be able to win that. Flya's gonna be able to win that. And now that first pistol round goes to Moist Moguls. Sorry, I'm out of it right now. But yeah, that first pistol round goes to Moist Moguls. Now they're just gonna force here. Should be able to get another round. And we'll see if TSM is able to do some good econ damage and deny econ security. We'll see.
A map up and now another pistol goes their way. Again, something we know that TSM has struggled with relentlessly throughout the split.
TSM pretty much going to be doing the same thing. Moist Moguls not going to be doing the same thing with a 4-man push up B. It's just going to be 2 watching B from pretty far back. Flya with the Bulldog just going to spray through that wall that's coming through, trying to get a pick. Not going to find it. Not going to do any damage either. Jiggle peeking, looking for a shot, but that Marshall's going to ward him back. And they know there's at least 2 on B. There could very easily be others on the other sides, though, and it's also still a rotate easily for TSM. So Moist Mogul just going to leave 2 on B. You know, 1 watching Connector, 1 watching Art, 1 watching A, and 7's actually pushing into A now, but he gets smoked off and just backs up. Meanwhile, Brock going to get a 3K over on B. Now Corey's going to be able to take out Flya. Brock looking for that 4K. He's getting ready to flash, though, and does. Ooh, Corey just going to shut Brock down. Now it's a 3v2. They've evened the player count a little bit. TSM's still going to be in a little bit of worse position here, though. Spike not in TSM's hands. They do have to pick it up. Moist Moguls isn't watching it, though, so they're in a little bit of an okay spot.
So that means that Thief has to be a little bit careful about how much he rotates. Turret's going to come out here.
Turret comes out. They break it. Sim going to be able to take out Corey. 7 takes out Sim, who has a grenade out, but then a Proto just going to take 7 out. 2 players left alive for Moist Moguls. That player advantage definitely came into help there, but like I say, you're trying to, when you force there, you're trying to maintain as many of your players alive as possible, but TSM was able to do really good econ damage to Moist Moguls, which now means that Moist Moguls is going to be in a little bit of a bad place econ wise. Looks like they're just going to save here, which means TSM, who has the ability to full buy, should just be able to storm through this round and get the pick. Moist Moguls going to play aggressively, try and push for early picks. Corey going to be able to take out Sim, who's just trying to get an early pick, and now the player advantage is in the hands of TSM. Again, this is a little bit of a save light buy from Moist Moguls, just whatever guns they had from before, and then buying Sheriff, so they're not looking for some crazy, they're not looking for a win here, they're just looking for getting some econ damage on TSM, who bought this round. Probably going to be able to pick up a gun as he's pushing up around that Astra smoke, and he's just going to be able to get around. And TSM now going to start backing up and moseying their way on over to A. Fly is going to be there for that flank. We'll see how it comes through. He's still coming, and now the rest of Moist Moguls locking down A. They sort of know it's got to be an A push as they push back out of B main. Killjoy Util is on A. It's going to be useful, but that flank slowly coming in from Flya. It's going to find some people if he can start pushing, but that alarm bot is there, and it's going to trigger. Corey going to be able to get a 3K while 7 takes out a Proto, and now it's just down to Flya, and they know where he is. Jumping with the knife out, though. Flash is going to be able to take him down. That flash comes out to try and get a Flya. It's not going to flash him. Flank goes down, and now it's just down to Flya, and a 1v4. Not going to find it. Able to take out GMD, but Kenpeki going to be there to trade it off. So that round does go to TSM, and Moist Moguls was just looking to do some econ damage, and they were able to a little bit, but looks like TSM still going to be able to full buy, or at least all of their players will be able to have guns. So they're not in a bad position. Moist Moguls, though, going to be able to full buy as well, but not with as much shield, which means TSM has a little bit of an edge here. And again, this is Moist Moguls map, but TSM lost the previous map, which was theirs. So that means that means TSM needs this map win if they want to win this series. And avoid going to the lower bracket, where they'll have to face off against Disguise. That being said, though, the winner of this, they get to celebrate, but then they go up against M80, so it's cool and all. It's just not a whole lot of, it's not going to be the best thing. Proto able to take out 7, who looks like just trying to go around, and lots of trades going off, but Thief going to be able to get a double kill on GMG and Corey, and that's going to make it a 3v1. Now she's down to Nature. Gets hit by that dog. Concussed. Thief is just going to be able to take him out. But yeah, whoever wins this has to go up against M80. So it's not an easy battle. The loser has to go up against Disguised. Also not an easy battle. So, I mean, it's really just whoever loses this gets to go to the lower bracket first. Whoever wins this gets to delay going to the lower bracket a little bit. Either way, it's not going to be a fun next match or next series for whoever loses this, but still going to be interesting. That bird comes out down B long and going to give some good vision and intel to Moist Moguls. Now, TSM's had some good success on B when they at least start threatening B early. They're able to get some win. Or that was their one win, so just going to play to their strengths now. Now, econ-wise, TSM's not in a bad spot. They're not all able to full buy or buy guns, but Corey has knives. They're not super worried about it. That Harbor ult comes out, and that's actually going to give some good vision. Now, the Harbor ult is generally pretty useless because it doesn't actually do very much concussion, but it does give a little bit of vision when it's a more open site like these, so they know where some may be. And then that lockdown comes out, so they force Moist Moguls off with that Harbor ult, and now they're forcing them off again with that lockdown. So now it's going to have to be an aggressive retake from Moist Moguls to win this round. Nature gets concussed. He was watching the spike. It's going to be difficult for him to do any damage. Their Sim's able to take him out, but Corey with the knives is going to take out Sim and Fly. Expends all his knives, though, trying to get another kill. Becky going to take out a Proto. That smoke is out, and they're just going to stick it. Able to get it half. Brock going to take out Corey. He has to stick it, though. That Astra or that Astra util comes out. It's going to suck him off. And not enough time to do anything. That round goes to DSM. And Moist Moguls did buy that round. And on a little bit of low econ was hoping to win, and they didn't. So not in a great place, and you're going to have to save here a little bit versus TSM, who also forced that round and lost a few of their players, but going to be in a little bit of a better spot because not all of their players spent a whole lot of money, so they're doing okay versus Moist Moguls, who may just want to save. It looks like they're going to just buy for next.
Just a touch. Showstopper obviously
Just look for some good picks, play a little bit aggressively here, and that's what we see. Thief and Sim moving to play off of each other. They know where Sim is. Do they expect Thief there as well? Thief just going to be able to collateral double headshot GMD and 7. It's going to give the player advantage very quickly to Moist Mogul. It's a trade there, or not even a trade, but Brock and Konpeki each getting a kill, which makes it a 4v2. So each team lowers a count, but oh, and that wallbang from Brock is huge and doing some good damage to Konpeki and Nature. Nature gets healed back up to full by Konpeki, but Kenpeki's down to 17 health. Not looking good for him. 4v2, and it looks like Moist Moguls knows exactly where TSM is, and they're ready for them to possibly be mid. Sim's watching it, expecting maybe they could push out towards that A lobby, but they don't. They're actually going to be pushing through Art, and Moist Moguls is actually rotated mostly towards mid or B, so they're definitely not expecting an A push. They don't have their Killjoy to allow them some extra info. TSM's just going to be able to walk onto the site.
Well, maybe a false sense of security here for TSM as they walk into a wide open A site.
Oh wow, they can just walk in. It's a 2v4. This is great. We can just walk in. Let's get our util up and let's plan. It looks like they're going to be planning for CT, and probably not the best decision. There's a few coming through there. That dog completely misses Konpeki, though. So Konpeki's going to be in a pretty decent spot. Got a good flank, or a little bit of a good position, and he's going to use it. Nature and Konpeki each executing to take out Brock and Fly, and now it's a 2v2, but Konpeki's still very low on health. Doesn't matter, Nature just going to shut Thief and Sim down. Sim able to take out Nature, but not going to be able to defuse the spike if you're dead. So JSM takes that round as well. Off of a really quick player advantage, two-player advantage in the hands of Moist Moguls. It wasn't cashed in on. I didn't even know you could collateral headshot with a Sheriff like that. Pushing the limits of what you can do in Valorant every day. And now the score's tied. Moist Moguls had a pretty good early run there, but TSM has started to shut it down and get a little bit of a good run of their own. Buys are pretty even across the board. TSM is a little bit better on the gun side, and they're conserving their econ a little bit here. Moist Moguls is forcing here and needs to win this round if they want to start to get some good econ built up of their own. Corey going to take out a Proto, and meanwhile Brock took quite a bit of damage as he was coming down and checking that B-link. Corey's doing this entry fang, trying to clear halls, and Fly has been able to actually push all the way back into CT. Good for them. The spike's still not down. Now it's going down. Brock's still pretty low on health. It's not great for him. And that Harbor ult comes out. It's going to be useful in giving a little bit of info to TSM. Of course, those stuns don't go on for very long. Brock going to take out Nature's. Now it's a 4v3. Corey going to take out Brock, and it's traded off, but TSM doesn't want trades. You're down a player. Sim gonna take out GMD. It's traded off by Kenpeki, but Thief's there to take out Kenpeki for a trade. They're up players, and it works out. Time was not stalled. Moist Moguls gonna take that win. Now, their econ not in a great place. They wanted to win that by probably a better margin than just 2 of their players left alive, which means their econ's not great. They're gonna have to weirdly force here. And pretty much in the same position they were in the previous round. One of them having a bulldog, the rest having real guns, except that the shield's a little bit worse for them. Meanwhile, TSM, whose econ has been, they've been able to get some good rounds, but it just hasn't been that great. So they're gonna go for a light buy save here. TSM looking like they're going for a B push. Brock's just gonna shoot their smoke, take nature out. Sure. Check his PC or something. It's traded off by GMD though, so player count's still even. And again, this is a light buy save from TSM. So they're just trying to do some more additional econ damage to Moist Moguls. See if they're able to. Good fly. He was trying to go for the same screens play he did in week 5, that last match, which was pretty impressive, but isn't able to get theirs taken out, and good kills traded around. Moist Moguls going to be able to get quite a few kills. Proto actually getting 3. 2 players left alive once again from Moist Moguls. And again, their econ was not great there because they did a force, so they did not want to have to, you know, be put in a bad econ spot again. But their econ's a little bit better now. You know, you win 2 rounds in a row, your econ's going to be okay. TSM now going to be in another spot to full buy. TSM's been able to keep it pretty close. Moist Moguls also keeping it pretty close. But again, TSM needs this map. So Moist Moguls has so much room to breathe right now. They're not worried about, you know, losing the series if they lose this map. So they're able to just play a little bit safer. There's not so much on the line for them. Now Corey going to push up aggressively, hoping he can push through that utility and get an easy pick, but it's not going to pay off for him. And that ultimate comes out from Sim. And not going to be able to find a pick with that. A little bit of a wasted ult there. Good for TSM, but they did still lose a player. Now Moist Moguls does still have 2 ultimates to use for this retake, although Viper's Pit isn't going to be the most useful retake, but if he can get a pick here and confirm there's at least some, maybe he should ult here. Never mind, Kenpeki is just going to take him out. 4v3, still the player advantage for Moist Moguls, but Brock coming out, and that Sky Util is going to force him back. Kenpeki going to take out a Proto, 7 going to take out Brock, Sim going to take out Nature, but 7 going to be there to trade it off. It's just down to Thief in a 1v2. That plant comes out. He's going to be able to take out the planter, so now it's a 1v1. He's just going to try and half it, or stick it for a while anyway. 7 just going to be in Hall to take Thief out, and that round goes to TSM. Like I said, there's a lot more riding on the line for TSM right now. And they're really trying to show, yes, we have that fight. We're going to try and push for it. They would like to give themselves the advantage going into the next half, and they can still get it. Whereas Moguls needs 1 round to secure to make it so that way TSM can't get the advantage. And TSM's fighting for 3 rounds in a row here, a total of 4 in a row, to get that advantage going into the next half. Again, Moist Moguls, though, definitely trying to deny it here, and they're doing a good job.
Knives will be called in. Corey, way over the top, gets a really solid read. This time the
Moist Moguls is pushing through mid, and it's actually not going to be the best idea, as TSM's mostly focused towards A, but TSM knows Moist Moguls likes to aggressively push out A, so they're just waiting for Moist Moguls to do that, but Moist Moguls hasn't, which means they're sort of just chilling in A main, which means that push from Moist Moguls that were incorrectly placed mid, which didn't find any contact, they can now just back up and move back towards A, where they're, it looks like, expecting TSM to be.
Put themselves in the best position possible to win this round, considering what they're working with, resource-wise. Yeah. Now it's all about if TSM can figure it out. They are going to use the lockdown, but
and now
the paint shells don't fully connect actually, so this will force Moist Moguls all the way back. High Tide will block out Flowers. Knives still in. And even further, the Cosmic Divide will further.
Now that lockdown allows TSM to get a little bit of ground, and that pick comes off from 7. Gives them a good positional advantage here, but Ooh, and then that execution from Seven and Tempeki. Seven getting 2 kills, Tempeki getting 1. Sim able to trade off Tempeki, but now he's alone in a 1v3, trying to tap the spike, but Corey's there with his knife, just going to take him out. Ults used from TSM to secure that round, 3 of them, but they all paid off. All of them able to help them maintain good position in their own right. And again, TSM is pushing for now. They've tied it up. They're looking for 2 more rounds in a row to try and gain the advantage going into the next half and give themselves an edge and put themselves in a comfortable spot. That's what they're looking for, and of course, Moist Moguls looking to try and deny that. They want to push for that 6th round, so that way it's at the very least even going into the next half. Now, both of these teams have usually very even matchups against other teams where they go to overtime a lot. Moist Moguls more so than TSM with those overtimes, but both teams do have a lot of overtimes, and so could be expecting an overtime here, especially with how even it's been so far. Especially if it goes into the next half tied 6-6. And then Viper's Pit does come out, and it's going to push TSM far back, but it is what they probably expected. That's not what's going to happen. Flyer once again just holding screens, and it works once again. That is the second time he's been able to do that. He's not able to get 3 kills off of it, and it is denied just a little bit, but off of those kills, Moguls just going to be able to take that advantage. Is exactly what we saw last week, where Flya could just sit screens behind that wall, push out, get a few kills, and it worked out. I mean, almost exactly what we saw previously, excluding the Viper's Pit that they had to push out of. They definitely weren't expecting him there, and it definitely took Nature a little while to react to that. TSM taking a timeout here. Now, you do have 2 timeouts, so using it to try and secure a 6th round and make sure it's tied going to the next half is definitely what they want. TSM now no longer has the opportunity. Yeah, so TSM now no longer has the opportunity to take the advantage going into the next half. Moist Moguls still does. Moist Moguls looking for another round and get that advantage going into the next half. Get some security, but TSM looking to deny that and make it still a close match. Definitely trying to push. TSM's able to do, I mean, they're doing much better so far on this map than they did on Lotus. But of course, Pearl's a little bit of a more balanced map than Lotus, so it makes sense.
I mean, there's something to be.
And TSM actually not gonna have the best guns here, but you do have to force, and they do have that operator, so we'll see if it does pay off. Operators today have been a little bit hit or miss. We'll see if that continues. Now, Moist Moguls doing an aggressive push out A main. Will it pay off? I mean, there's 2 there, Corey and Nature. But it looks like they just wanted to get that Ray's ultimate. Able to find it, and TSM now just going to back up. I think they know that Ray's ultimate is up now. Well, they do know that Ray's ultimate is up now, so definitely just going to probably back up, move towards B, where they know that Showstopper's not going to try and stop them. Showstopper stopping. Now, Moist Moguls does have 3 ultimates to use. So, definitely in a good spot right now. And especially on this last round of the half, they're definitely going to have quite a few ultimates now to use to try and secure this advantage. Harbor Wall comes up. It's good for TSM. It gives them some good position. Now that Spike's coming down, trying to shoot through the smoke and deny it, but there is an orb there. It's going to deny any shooting through smoke. Seven, meanwhile, in B-Link, going to be able to get a kill on Flya with just a Spectre. Doesn't take any damage either, so now they're up a player. But now those ultimates are going to start coming out. That lockdown comes down. The Harbor ult, which just got up from that plant, going to go down as well. Proto able to take out Corey. Now it's a 4v4. Harbor going to give a little bit of vision. Nature going to take out Sim, trying to deny that Showstopper, but kills are still given. It's still a 2v2. That Spike is tapped, and TSM does have to peek it, but they actually decide not to, it looks like. Was that a good choice? Maybe GMD able to take a Thief and Brock. Wouldn't have mattered. That spike goes out. Spike was down for quite a while before Moist Moguls could do anything. Gonna go 6-6 into the next half, keeping it very close. TSM pushing. They want this map. We'll see now that TSM's on defense if they're gonna be able to convert it into a round one. Or sorry, into a map win. They're able to, do better on defense. Or on the flip side, we'll see if Moist Moguls is able to do better on offense. I mean, this win would be huge for Moist Moguls. Obviously, they'll probably end up in the lower bracket no matter what. They're not going to beat M80. But what this does mean is they're sort of cementing themselves as one of these top players. GSM was able to weasel their way into the top 5. And Moist Moguls trying to put themselves in the top 5. They're trying to... Or wait, no, TSM's not in the top 5. Are they? I think they are, yeah. So Moist Moguls is definitely trying to go, nah, we belong up there as well. I think Moist Moguls is also top 5, actually. So that's my bad. But they definitely do want to prove that of the players of the teams in top 5, Moist Moguls wants to say, yeah, no, we're up there. We're actually going to try and challenge G2 for that 3rd spot. You can tell that's what they're trying to do here. And if Moist Moguls can secure this win, that'd be big for them to prove they're better than TSM. But enough talk. Let's talk about the game. It's now a 2v1 for Moist Moguls. As I'm talking about how big this win would be, they start to play well. Sim going to take out GMD, and that first pistol round goes to Moist Moguls. Already going to have that advantage. They force here. TSM going to try and do some good econ damage. They want to keep it close. They want hope here. Now, I have been saying I'm hoping that Moist Mogul loses this. That way they go up against Disguised. That'd be cool. And I still hope for that. But that doesn't mean Moist Moguls is hoping for that. No, Moist Moguls wants to try and, say, no, we are definitely a team to watch out for. That's what they're trying to push for. And they're trying to do that against TSM. And if they beat out TSM, they're basically saying to Disguise, hey, you thought you were going to challenge, you thought you were going to be the ones to challenge TSM? Well, we're the ones who can actually beat them. And that's what they're trying to say here. Let's see if they're able to. A little bit of an aggressive push out from TSM, trying to get some early picks. Not going to find it, though. Now Moist Moguls just going to start to play forwards towards A. 7 going to be able to take out Sim, denying that push through Art. Thief going to take out Corey, though. Fly going to take out GMD. Now, obviously, Moist Moguls should win this round, and they're definitely pushing for it. Thief going to take out 7. Now it's a 4v2. Kentucky from Art looking for a pick. Getting backed up now by Nature. Both looking for a pick. Brock going to be able to take out Kentucky. Now it's just down to Nature, who's sitting in that smoke. He gets flashed, and they know he's in there. Gonna try and shoot him through the smoke. Nature's down to 3 health. No point in saving. It looks like he's probably just gonna go for the exit frags.
Again, gonna get his steps in here.
Will he find any? Maybe. We'll see. They know that's what he's pushing for now because the spike is coming to a conclusion. Not able to find it. Classic long range. Not going to do much. Proto going to take Nature out. Only 1 player lost from Moist Moguls on that force is really good for them. But now TSM's going to be able to full buy, so we'll see if they're able to get some more rounds here. But Moist Moguls full buy. TSM full buy. Moist Moguls had a little bit of worse shield, so TSM, has a little bit of an edge in this round. But for the most part, it's going to be a pretty even matchup in this round. As Moist Moguls is just trying to save some econ. They did have 4 remaining, so only one of them actually has to buy a gun. So it's not going to damage their econ here, and they'll be able to buy next round if they lose. So TSM off this force needs to get some kills. They need to win this round. They need to with as many people alive as possible. But when the guns are pretty even, it's going to be difficult for TSM to get out of this somewhat unscathed. Moguls already pushed in pretty aggressively. 7 just going to shoot through that smoke. MCT going to be able to get that pick.
for Brock to be dissuaded from planting.
Spike comes down. The Sky Bird comes out. Sim pushing for this upper push. Fly is with him. Gonna watch CT. They take out Nature, and now GMD's gonna be pressured to push out as well. He's able to get a pick off of it. A Proto gonna take out Corey. Meanwhile, Kenpeki takes out a Proto. Fly gonna take out GMD. It's a 2v2. They know Moist Moguls knows where TSM is. Fly gonna be able to take out 7 and Kenpeki. That round goes to Moist Moguls. Moist Moguls didn't need to win that round. Like I said, their econ was in a good spot, but they did. So now their econ's in a really good spot. TSM not looking great here.
Honestly, I don't think they had a choice. You're a man down. You don't totally have flank covered. Yeah, you have a turret there, but you could just start getting boxed in. And so the onus is on you to take the initiative when you're down like that. And
now it's going to be a full buy from Moist Moguls. They've built up a really stable econ at this point. TSM not going to be in a great spot. They're just buying for next. It was 6-6 going into this half. And now it's a 9-6. So TSM definitely not where they want to be. And these mollies come out. They're going to be very useful at allowing Moist Moguls to just take site. 7 being the only one watching it from all, just going to get taken out by Sim while Sim takes out Nature and Corey. They just keep pushing him, giving him his ultimate. Now it's a 5v2. You know where Kenpeki is. GMD is going to be able to take out Thief. Brock takes out GMD though. And now it's just Kenpeki alone in a 1v4. Brock going to be the one to finish him off. Easy round for Moist Mogul, able to take it. Only one of their players lost. Their econ's very solid. Now, TSM going to be able to full buy this round, but they need to figure out how they want to convert it into a round win. They may want to take a timeout. I mean, they've lost 4 rounds in a row so far in this half. They haven't won a single round yet, and Moist Moguls is looking like they may just be moving towards a 2-0 victory in this series. TSM deciding not to use the timeout. They may just wait and see if they lose this round to take the timeout. But there is an operator on Corey. We'll see if it's useful for them. Just going to hold and lock down B long.
Call it a must-win round here. Corey flashed off the initial angle. Nebula will allow Sim to pass, but he actually gets tagged here.
It's a little bit of a difficult spot here for Corey. He's able to actually wallbang Sim, which does a little bit of damage to him, but Sim just gets healed back up. Now Sim does have that showstopper, and you know he's looking to use it. They know that TSM is on a full buy this round, so they're looking for it. And then that showstopper does come out. It's gonna get a kill on Nature. Kenpeki does shut down Sim, but of course Sim just fires it as he's getting killed and able to find a lucky pick with that. So it's a 4v4. Now that lockdown comes out, and it's kind of useful, but that Viper ultimate comes out. It's gonna be a little bit of a counter use, and just barely outside of that lockdown is going to help them. But that Astra wall comes out, and it's going to be very useful in keeping TSM, or sorry, Moist Moguls off. 7 tries to push through it, looking for a kill. It's going to get taken out. Kenpeki takes Brock out. Fly able to take out GMD. Thief able to take out Kenpeki. Fly also able to take out Corey. And once again, it almost looks like it's easy for Moist Mogul. They take another round. TSM now going to be forced to take a timeout pretty much. 5 rounds in a row, 1 for Moist Moguls. TSM haven't won a single round yet. Moist Moguls looking for this round win. Sorry, for this map win. They need... I mean, they can still win before it goes to overtime. They just need 7 rounds in a row, but mostly they're just looking to tie it up, get it to that 12th round at the very least. So they're looking for 6 rounds in a row right now. Obviously, they don't have to force here, and they may just want to save. But they also have the money to force, so they may just want to do that as well. We'll see. You already see them buy a Phantom and a Vandal, so it looks like they may be moving towards a force. Now, neither side has ultimates right now. That being said, though, Thief is just 1 orb away from an ultimate. And Nature only 2 away, so both sides kind of have an ultimate, although it's a Harbor ultimate versus an Astro ultimate. So Moist Mogul's ultimate is a little bit more useful that they're coming closer to.
Yeah.
So TSM have a lot to talk about here.
Yes, they do.
I mean, you pretty much, I would say, with rifles being affordable, you kind of have to purchase into this round.
5v5. It's a difficult push for Moist Moguls, to say the very least. Or sorry, for TSM. It's difficult for TSM to say the very... Sorry, sometimes they just go on autopilot and say stuff. But yeah, TSM's in a little bit of a difficult position here, and you actually see them pushing up aggressively down B main. They're deciding to... It looks like just force. But they're playing a little bit aggressively, knowing they have worse guns here. And that harbor wall sort of allows them to do that, but that concussion comes out, and it's just going to allow Sim to get that double kill, and they're going to be pushing. They're definitely going to be pushing for this 12th round, and now TSM's not in a great place at all. It's a 5v3. TSM is down on guns, they're down on players, down on 2 players. Oh, they do see Nature, but Nature is going to be able to get that kill on Brock, but Sim pushed up very aggressively through Hall, going to be able to take on Nature. Trades going off, and TSM doesn't want trades. They're down a player. They're down 2 players. Definitely don't want trades. Able to get a kill, though. GMD is trying to make this retake alive. And a Protoss is going to shut him down, and now Moist Mogul is 1 round away from this win, and TSM has to force every round from here on out, and they started it off with a bad econ. They're going to be forced to try and retake with bad econs, and Moist Mogul is just in such a good spot right now with so much round momentum. TSM's tried different ways of playing around them. That timeout just wasn't useful in giving them a round, and it's just not looking good for them, truly. TSM just not looking in a good position right now. Moist Mogul is inching very, very close to a 2-0 victory. TSM, once again, pushing a little bit aggressive. They're doing 3 on B. And who can blame him? Moist Moguls has been able to just go B every single round. They're doing just go until it stops working. And they've been able to go every single round. And it hasn't stopped working. It's a 4v3 now. They've already gained the player advantage. Gonna be able to take him out through the wall somehow. Thief's gonna get that kill on Konpeki. And now it's a 4v2. And, I mean, they've just gone every single round B until it stopped working, and it never stopped working. Sim gonna take out GMD, Brock gonna take out 7, and that round goes to Moist Moguls. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Ludwig has to say.
Alright, fair enough. 4v2 with the wall. Sim's getting brave. Nice. That's not the gun.
Nice. That's it.
7 straight T-side rounds, dude. 7. We did not lose T-side.
Yeah, not a single T-side loss there, baby. That was so clean.
That was just fun. That's what I've. That's our biggest gap, I think, right? Like I don't think we won by more.
All right, already starting off mid-season with a very big upset there, or not a very big upset. It definitely could have gone either way, but in my mind, it's an upset because I was not anticipating a win there from Moist Moguls, and they did it. So what are we looking at now? Well, first of all, my my pick'ems are going to be messed up. So I predicted TSM to win this. But what this means, TSM going to be facing up against Disguise down here. So, you know. But also, at the same time, that means Moist Mogul's going to have to face up against M80. You know, I think it's a pretty clear, cut and dry case of where it's going to go. But that match is going to be Friday. Tomorrow's matches are going to be the Guard versus FaZe Clan. I'm not going to be here for that match, most likely. No, I'm saying it now. I will not be here for that match. But my prediction is that it'll go to the Guard. I mean, it's the Guard versus FaZe Clan. Probably going to go to the Guard. Then G2 versus Oxygen. I actually predict Oxygen to win that because Oxygen. Sorry, no, I predict FaZe Clan to win that. Sorry, not FaZe Clan. I predict G2 to win that. Obviously, I'll talk more about that tomorrow when I go live, but I do think G2 will beat out Oxygen tomorrow. The Guard will take out FaZe Clan. We'll see how these matches, these two matches play off. But obviously, that's going to take place on Friday. And then we actually go through the weekend. No, sorry, not Friday. these will not be going place on Friday. These go and take place on Wednesday. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm a little sick. I'm getting lost. But yeah. So these matches take place on Friday. And I mean these matches will be interesting. It's the guard versus G2. That'll be interesting. Probably go to the guard. M80 versus Moist Moguls. That'll be interesting. Probably go to M80. We'll see though. That's gonna be the end of that. Well played from both teams today, or both matches today were well played. TSM versus Moist Moguls. Both teams played very, very well, except for TSM, who just did not play that well. Moist Moguls, well, surprised me, beat out TSM. They're going to be facing off against M80 on Friday. But yeah, these matches are what we have to look forward to tomorrow. That's going to be it for me, though. Let's see if they put it in yet. Yeah, they did. All right. Yeah, they did. But yeah, that's going to be it for me, though. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy, make sure to scroll down, see if you're subscribed. If you are, thank you so much. If you aren't, I hope you would consider it, and I'll see you all tomorrow.